Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom to God.
At this point in time, we're going to rise and face the east. Give glory and praises to the Creator of heaven and earth. Hallelujah. El Shaddai Lahenu Walei Abotenu. Abiyah Mamiz Kakwa Biyako. Atat Kadosh Shemeka Kadosh Baruch Shemeka Olam Wahe. Wesham B'nei Israel El Shabbat La'asod El Shabbat Le'Dorotah B'nei Olam. B'nei Israel Otin Olam. Ki Shesher B'Masad El Shaddai Weshamayim. We'Ta'aretz Ubayom Mashbi Shabbat V'Nafash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Kedushateka. El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Elok L'Olam Va'eh. Baruch Shem Kabor Malchut L'Olam Va'eh. Baruch Kabor Elohim Mikomo Melech Elyon. Baruch L'Olam Va'eh. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right and see, giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief of Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, mother in Israel, I say unto the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, God.
A good day. There's always a good day.
That's right.
To serve God. It's always a good day, and one of the best days that I always look forward to. This day right here, the Shabbat. And even though when you're raised in the ways of God, in the ways of the Creator, it's not all the time that you look forward to this, because these laws restrict you from doing what you like to do, your desires, your likings, and your likings. So the seed, that evil seed, was sown in the heart of man. In the day that Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And this is why we have to battle with ourselves. This is why even the ones that was born in the way of life and out, and the ones that wasn't born in the way of life, that is aware or know who God is, the true and living God is. We have to battle with ourselves to turn our ways away from the things that God hates and despises. Like I always say, it's called a reprogram. You have to reprogram your thinking pattern and the way you think according to the way that God thinks. According to the way in the commandments and the laws that we read here.
That's right.
Then and only then we can turn the attention of God towards us. That's the only way we can turn the attention of God towards you, by thinking the way God tells us to think. The book tells us the way we should think, the things we should do, the things we shouldn't do. Okay, because the Most High gave us laws, commandments, and statutes concerning our neighbor, concerning each other. That's what these laws is for. Tells me what I shouldn't do to you, what I should do to you, what I should think about you, what I should. The book gives us orders and commands, man, that we need to follow to gain the attention of God. And it's not no light thing to gain his attention. It ain't no light thing. Because when you gain the Creator's attention, now you're in a certain stead now. What I mean by that, when you're put in a certain stead, in a certain position with God, you can you don't have too much space. You have unhampered space for mess ups, for mistakes, for violations. Because now the Creator comes to you speedily, comes to you quick. Because you done gained his attention. And because you gained God's attention, now he got his eyes on you. He's watching you now. He's watching you now. Okay? Now he's watching you. Because you done gained the Creator's attention. So now I have to watch my steps. I have to watch my steps. I have to watch my thinking pattern. I have to watch my actions, my thoughts, everything about myself. I have to watch and be circumspect and take heed to myself so I don't violate God. Because remember, before I violate you, I violate God first. Before I violate this person, I violate God first. Because, listen, these are not my laws. These are not my laws. These are not my commandments. These are not my statutes. These are not my laws, my commandments, or statutes. So being that we were raised a certain way or in a certain manner, because we was raised in a certain way or a certain manner, is what caused you to react to certain things in certain ways. You understand? So, with no further ado, we're gonna let's go to Exodus chapter 16.
Exodus chapter 16.
Exodus chapter 16.
And they took their journey
Exodus chapter 16, verse 1.
Verse 1.
Right.
And they took their journey from Elim.
They took their journey from Elim. Elim was a spot, it was somewhat close, a couple thousand miles away from Sinai. All right? So they took their journey from Elim. They are still in the wilderness. They are leaving Egypt because God just finished. The reason why God, the Creator, hardened the heart of Pharaoh was to show him his glory, was to show him his powers, was to challenge every deity and every idol that Pharaoh worshipped and idolized. See, we look at the not the situation, but the standard, or I should say the situation of a nation, and see how they progress, and then we lean towards, because of their progression, or because of their progress, because they progressed in life, you turn towards their ways and towards their likings and towards their idols. People started worshiping Horus, Isis, Osiris, or Shunto, or this one, or that one, or this one. All these gods that people started worshiping and idolizing, because at one point in time in history, Egypt was the first world power. No nation was able to take down Egypt for a very long time, for centuries. The first one to take down Egypt was God. Did we even imagine this? Or the thought didn't even cross your mind to say, what nation brought down Egypt?
No nation.
No nation brought these people down. It was a God. It was a God. Look, the Creator said, he said, you ain't never heard no idol or no deity, no Buddha, no JC, no deity that is known, or no idol that is known to people. You never heard a deity or an idol say this, that I am the God of the spirits of all flesh. Does that even ring a bell? which means we serve a God that created all nations, everybody, all people, and the God, all spirits. And this is the God that we serve. He challenged all the gods of Egypt and took them down. There's scientific facts, geographic facts that there were chariots and swords and shields and armor found at the bottom of the Red Sea. Horse bones. Did that even cross your mind to say, how did these people get there? And that substantiated what you read in the book. That substantiated what we read in Exodus. Now, why did God leave all these facts, proven facts, to be discovered today, 2022? Because here, God already knew that there was going to be a people that was going to have a very hard time believing in the Creator, in the true God. Because listen, there are many gods. There are a lot of gods out here, man. And then yet we think that all these people that are living on the earth today that serve all these strange gods are accepted by the Creator. But there's only one way to be accepted of Him. And we read about it every day, but we refrain and we pull away. You know, I know certain people that pull away from the true serving of the living God because they put the blame on people. They put the blame on other people. Don't put the blame. You put the blame on other people and then reject the Creator. God ain't do nothing to you. God did not offend you. It was him or it was her that offended you, and then you use you lose this as an excuse to pull away from the Creator. Because of this person's actions, or because of that person's actions. It still don't take away the validity of who God is. Still don't take away. It's just an excuse to live according to your own wanting ways, to do what you desire to do. Go ahead and read.
And they took their journey
from Elim,
and all the congregation of the children of
Israel
came into the wilderness of sin.
Now, what is sin? That is the wilderness of Sinai, which is called today the Sinai Peninsula. And if you do your studies on these geographic places, Sinai Peninsula, this place, that place, you will learn and you will see that that place called the Sinai Peninsula was a what?
Desert.
Was a desert. Was a desert. Was a place.
Nothing grows there.
That's right. That's right.
Barren, wasteland, wilderness.
That's right. So, go ahead, read.
Which is between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the second month after their departing out of the land of Egypt.
On the 15th day of the second month after the departing of Egypt. Right? Read.
And the whole congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness.
And the whole congregation of the children of Israel did what?
Murmured against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness. And the children of Israel said unto them, would to God we had died by the hand of the Lord in the land of Egypt, when we sat by the flesh pots, when we did eat bread to the full. For ye have brought us forth into the wilderness to kill this whole assembly.
Okay, now murmured. Right? Not long. Noon, lamed, kolam, noon. It means what? To murmur. It also means to complain. To complain, Now, when people complain and you are expressing your annoyance, you're annoyed at something, or you're not satisfied with something, or to express dissatisfaction. Now, these people murmured against who?
God.
Murmured against God. They murmured against God because of what? Right? They murmured against, not really against God, but they murmured against Moses.
Really against God.
Moses and Aaron in the wilderness. Now, what were they complaining about? Why did they murmur and complain about Moses and Aaron? Tamshi?
The children of Israel said unto them, would to God we had died by the hand of the Lord in the land of Egypt, when we sat by the flesh pots, and when we did eat bread to the full.
Now, why they said that? Now, remember now, these the same people that that they cried out to God in the land of in Egypt. While they were in bondage in Egypt, there was a bitter cry that went up to the Creator. And because of the cry that went up to the Creator, God remembered, the first thing that God remembered was his covenant and his agreement with Abraham. And because of his agreement and his covenant with Abraham, he remembered his seed. He remembered his seed. So now we begin to learn the ways of God. In order for the Creator to remember or to do your seed good, you have to be good. I have to be in good standards with the Creator so my child or my seed could be in good standards with God. Because remember, we got to go back to the laws that God will remember the iniquities of the fathers upon the children, upon your sons, upon your daughters. But the only way that that will be stopped. But the only way that will be stopped is by the child or the son walking in the manners or in the ways of the Creator. In the Creator. So therefore, because of the son walking in the way of the Creator, God will not visit the sins of the father to the seed.
You break the breach.
Right.
And break that cycle.
Right. You could break the cycle. We could break the cycle. Okay, so let's go ahead. Let's read.
But ye have brought us forth into this wilderness to kill this whole assembly of hunger.
These are the same sons, the same children that raised up against Moses and Aaron and complaining, talking about, man, you brought our people out here in the wilderness to kill us. Now remember the Sinai Peninsula was a cold and treacherous place to be. It was so cold and treacherous that it was only cold-blooded creatures that lived there. Scorpions, cold-blooded animals, creatures. And the only way that these people ever survived this treacherous terrain was because of God. That's the only way these people could have survived this. The only way. So now, because they survived, but God did not give these people eyes to see and ears to understand just of yet. He showed God, we dealing with a God that showed him his glory. And because of God's powers that he emanated and showed, we were supposed to believe in God.
Just that.
Just off that. You know why Abraham was chosen? Like I said, because number one, he was faithful to God. Before he knew who God was, he was faithful to his father. He was faithful to his father. You cannot be faithful. Listen, how can you be faithful to something? How can you be faithful to God, a spirit, a God that you never seen or met, but you're not faithful to what's before your face? I'm not faithful. I have no faithfulness towards my parents. Let's explain and let's go into what faithfulness is. Because we tend to realize and forget what faithfulness is. Right? Now, faithfulness, you know what faithfulness is? Let's see what faithfulness is, man. We got to learn what faithfulness is. We can be faithful to our parents 1,000%. You know why? Because number one, the definition of faithfulness is allegiance to duty or person. Before we go on, I'm going to explain that. To show faithfulness in your parents, you gotta have allegiance to your duty or a person. Okay? How do you show allegiance? I have a duty to accomplish certain things. I am looked towards to accomplish certain things. Don't leave off from what
That's your duty.
Your parents look to you to accomplish, to leave off and do your own thing. Okay? Of duty, right? Belief and trust. Trust and loyalty to God. Right? That's faithfulness. You got to believe and trust. Now, to believe, you have to strengthen your belief in God. The way and the only way to strengthen your belief in God is to be pushing towards the Creator by fulfilling his laws, commandments, and statutes.
Right.
You have to strengthen your belief in God and make yourself believe that, wow, you have to make yourself believe this with no proof. That's the faithfulness. Abraham was able to believe God without God have to prove to him that he is God. Why do we believe in Buddha? There is no proof or no existence in this deity. Why do we believe in the gods and the idols of the Egyptians when there is no proof? There is a beginning and an end with these deities. A God don't have a beginning and an end. That's why the Most High called himself, and he reiterated to himself as the Eternal One. The Eternal One. You know what eternal means? Who is, who was, and who will be in glory forever. The Eternal One. Let me look up. I know what it means. People need to start looking up words. And when you look up the words, it has to correlate with what you read. Right? Eternal. You know what eternal is? Why did God call himself the Eternal One? You know what that is? Eternal. Having infinite duration.
Don't run out.
We'll say that again, brother?
Never runs out.
He never runs out. I'm here forever. I'm here forever. I've been here from in the beginning, and I will be here towards the end. That's the God we serve, man. And we refuse to believe and take this into consideration, man. Right? I'm going to go to the next definition. Everlasting. Was Jesus everlasting?
No.
Because the last time I recall, they hanged him up on a cross. But they really ain't hang him up on the cross. When you do your history, they hung him up on a tree. They lynch mobbed them and hung them on the tree. Now, when you read in the law, God said, anybody that's hung on the tree is what? Is cursed of God. But yet people worship this dude on the cross. Okay? Buddha, the so-called Buddha, fat gut. First of all, God talked bad about gluttons. First of all, you're worshiping and idolizing a glutton. A fat Chinese glutton. I don't even want to get with him. Then we look towards Egyptians.
He had parents.
And he had parents.
In his story, he had parents.
Yeah. Look, man, we gotta start taking all these things into accountability or into a consideration. You see what God called himself? The everlasting. Okay? Of or relating to eternity. I don't need to go on no more. I don't need to go on no more. Just by that alone tells me that there is no God. There is no idol to be compared to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Now, when you begin to know God, because when you read the book, you say, with the priests, Eli had two sons, right? Eli had two sons, and their names were Hophni and Phinehas. Now, when you read the history about these two guys, the one thing that is said about Hophni and Phinehas, right? He said the word, it says they don't know. He said, now the sons of Eli were sons of Belial. Belial means worthless sons. Okay? Worthless sons, when you're worthless, you have no value. You understand? When you're worthless, you have no value. Okay? Know who you're calling worthless, because when a person has no worth, he has no value. When a person has no value, he has no principles. He has no morals that he lived by. He has no principles that he lived by. Now, the principles that are only supposed to be accepted, the values and the principles that's only supposed to be accepted is what we read here. Not your values, not your principles, or what you think is lawful and right. No, the values and the principles that God upholds, that we read about. So that's right. He said he will keep the. Okay. He said now the sons of Eli were sons of Belial. Again, worthless. Right? They was worthless. They knew not God. Why did it say that they didn't know who God was? What do they mean by they didn't know? They knew not. They don't know. They knew not God. All right? Huh?
They disregarded his law.
That's how. That's the way. That's the only way you can determine whether a person knows God or not. When you disregard the Creator's laws, when you disregard His commandments, when you disregard His laws, His commandments, His statutes, you don't know who God is. You don't know God. Okay? That's when you don't know God. When you disregard what He says in this book. Okay? Now, faithful. I'm going to go back to faithful. The last verse, the last definition. Firm belief in something for which there is no proof. That's a banger. That's the number one. That's the number one decision. Number one definition. Firm belief in something that there is no proof. There was no proof. There ain't no proof shown to me. I mean, I see proof as far as watching the news, scientific stuffs, where it came up in scientists and geographical channels, where the mountain of Sinai was covered with sulfur. And something that's covered with sulfur only happens when it was burnt, not only burnt, but burnt for a very long time. Something that's burning and you out it, it's not going to gather sulfur. It was burning for a very long time, even after God even gave and transferred over the laws and the commandments, his laws and his commandments and his statutes to the sons of Jacob, his inheritance. He said, Jacob is the lot of my inheritance. Why he chose Jacob is because of one man. Now, I didn't see that, but I seen it on geographic and science channels. Lot's wife. They showed Lot's wife on the science channel being held up with chains. Do we know the history of Lot's wife? Lot's wife turned into a pillar of salt because she was given strict commands not to turn back. Not to turn back and look back. But the woman turned back and looked back, and whatever she saw, she was not supposed to see. Whatever she saw, she was not supposed to see. Certain things is not for the human eye. So that's right. So when she turned, look, Lot didn't even turn back around. He said, "Oh, I gotta keep going."
You know, she stopped.
I have to keep going. I gotta keep moving. So this woman turned into a pillar of salt. She's held over a highway in chains. God left her there for what? For a sign. For proof. They found seashells on the top that belong on the ocean floor. They found seashells on the top of the highest point of Mount Ararat, which is in Turkey. What is seashells doing on the top of a mountain? That's the flood. Remember when God flooded the earth and he killed all mankind? Why God had to kill all mankind? Because people don't believe and people want to add on their opinions and their thoughts about the evil angels, about the Nephilim. Nephilim means giants. Nephilim also means the fallen ones. How did they become the fallen ones? Because they became the fallen ones when what? They fell from the grace of God. They fell from the grace of God, man. So when they fell from the grace, how did they fall from the grace of God? When they went into the daughters of men, they won. They said, what? And made giants. So now there's giants on the earth. Now remember now, these angels can't be flooded. They can't go back, but they can escape the flood. So God had to bind them. God had to bind them.
Like they're in prison.
Like they're in prison. There's no more going back and forth with you. You done made yourself unclean by going into the flesh of woman. So I done binded you. Now the giants God, these people was not dying. So God had to flood the earth and kill off all mankind. And replenish and fill the earth up again with Noah and his 3 sons. Okay? Your belief triggers actions. Your belief in God triggers actions. You don't have no belief in God, it's not going to push you towards doing or fulfilling the commandments and the statutes of God. It's not going to push you. You're not going to have no drive. You're going to... Look, let's go. Let's read.
Exodus chapter 16, verse 4.
Time sheet.
Then said the Lord unto Moses, Behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you.
All these things the people saw. Do we understand? Look, we understand this, man. Why do you think God left a portion of manna in the Ark of the Covenant? Why? Do we have any thoughts of why you think that God would have done such a thing, left a portion of manna in the Ark of the Covenant, and they have not recovered the Ark of the Covenant because Jeremiah the prophet hid it in Mount Sinai. Don't listen to these artifacts that people claim they come up with, because it doesn't coincide with what God said. Nobody goes into that mountain.
They're all fake art.
Nobody goes in to Mount Sinai. That mountain, Mount Sinai, is surrounded with a fence. You can't get in there. It's chained up and it's guarded, heavily guarded.
Right.
No one's going in there. Jeremiah hid that ark in Mount Sinai, and guess when God said He's going to reveal it? When it's time. God gave His time when He's going to reveal that ark and bring that ark back. Bring that ark back. So that manna, a portion of the manna was in the Ark of the Covenant. Again, why do we think God did that? For proof that yes, I am the God that did rain bread from heaven to feed these unruly people. Proof that I fed you with bread from heaven. In the Psalms, He said, I fed you with angels' food. That's a metaphor.
That's right.
That's a metaphor. Because guess what? Angels don't eat. And there's proof in the book that angels don't eat in the time of Manoah. You know who's Manoah? Manoah was Samson's father. When they did the burnt offering, no, that's not Manoah. Raphael. In the time of Tobit. Raphael. Raphael said, he said, when you prayed to God, I was the God that took your prayers to God. And why I was able to take your prayers to God was because you was accepted. You were doing things that was causing the Creator to accept you. Which means there's a certain manner or a certain way that we should walk and live to be accepted by God. And the only way to learn that is by reading the book. So Raphael, the angel, appeared unto Tobit and said, Tobit and Sarah set their prayers up at the same time. What a coincidence. And at that point in time, both of their prayers were heard. They both was accepted by God. So when they sent their prayers up, Raphael took their prayers up to the Creator and God accepted it. He said, I was the God that did that. He said, when you set food and bread and stuff before me to eat, he said, you thought I was eating. It was only a vision. It was a vision. And the angels was able to make you think that I was able to, because they got powers with God too. They made you think that the angels don't eat. That's right. Look, let's go. Let's read.
And the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day.
And the people shall go out and gather a certain rate, a certain number. What are they going to gather? The manna, Tamshi.
That I may prove them.
That I may prove them. Now we're going to dig in deep to what the word is for proving. Now, the word prove, right? We're going to really discover and learn how God works. And He puts certain situations, the situations that will cause you to run. He puts situations that will cause you to turn away. Certain situations and certain mishaps that will cause you to turn away, to prove your loyalty, to prove your faithfulness to God and man. Okay? Now check this out. The word prove comes from the Hebrew word. It means nasa, nun, samekeh. There's 4 definitions to nasa. Nasa means to prove. Nasa means to test. and to try. Now we're going to dig in and learn the words of these three words. The first word that we're going to learn about is prove. What do God mean when he proves you? Okay? When God proves you, he proves you and he puts certain trials and tribulations and certain things before you to establish the truth or validity of by evidence and demonstration. You understand what that means? Things that you do. Things that you do, right? Now, what is validity? Validity comes from the word valid. Valid means to conform to accepted principles. To conform means to agree to certain principles. Now, when you are in conforming to certain principles, take it out of your mouth, or when you agree with certain principles, right? God puts certain evidence and certain demonstrations to see what are you going to weigh the situation by. Are you going to weigh the situation by your own thoughts and how you feel? Or are you going to weigh the situation according to what God says? You understand that? Let's go to the next one. The next one means test. To test. To test means observation, observation, evaluate, and trial. An ordeal or path required as proof of conformity with a set of belief. So we're going to go right back to the beginning and start with the first word, which is observation. When God is observing you, or when you're under observation, when you're on the scope of God, when you're under surveillance, right? God is watching you. He's watching you according to your ways and your actions that you do in life, according to your thoughts that conjures up in your mind, to see if you're going to correlate your own actions and your thoughts according to the thoughts and the actions that God requires. Because God requires us to think a certain way, and God requires a certain type of action. Okay? Let's go into evaluate. When God evaluates you, it means to determine the value or the worth of a person. So when God evaluates you to determine your worth, to see if you're worthy, of me showing you my laws, to see if you're worthy of me God wanted to see if the nation of Israel was worthy to go to the next level. If they was worthy of God taking them in the land that God promised them. Some of them failed and some of them succeeded. And this is the same God we are dealing with. The same God that we read about is the same God now. Same procedure that God has is taken to itself. Yeah. So he put certain situations. He knows what you hate, your dislikes, and certain situations that will turn you. God knows certain situations that you hate and dislike, and certain things that will turn your stomach. So he take the same thing that will turn you and turn this and use it on you to see what you will decide to do. Are you worthy to serve this God? Are you worthy to put away or put aside your own feelings and emotions? Because we get our emotions start to stir up, and our emotions get the best of us, and we end up turning away from God because of our emotions and feelings. Now, the last definition, which was trial. Trial is a test of faith. I read the definition of faith, and I told you what the I read the definition of faith. It's a test of faith, right? Test of patience or stamina. Your faith in God. Are you able to believe in God without proof? And God showed them proof, and they still wasn't able to believe in God. A test of patience when they were in that wilderness. Are you patient enough to wait?
Wait for Moses to get back.
Are you patient enough to wait for Moses to come down from that mountain? And there wasn't patient. They went and turned and reiterated and turned right back to their past. In order to serve this God, you got to come to God with a clear mind. In order to serve this God, you got to relinquish and get rid of your past. Everything that you was taught was garbage. You got to agree to that. You got to agree to that. I can't do that for you. You have to start making certain declarations, not to me. You got to declare this to God. Make certain declarations to God to show your affinity and your stamina and your push towards His laws. Make it known, man. What are you afraid of? To make certain things known to God so that God can pick you up and take you to that next level. So He can open your eyes to certain things. Okay, now because my servant or because this person has acknowledged my existence with God, I'm going to open his or her eyes a little more. That's how God deals, man. According to how you deal with Him, He will open your eyes to, not to everything, because not everything you're going to understand. This comes with how much you put in. How much you put in is how much you're going to get out of it. How much you believe is how much you're going to get out of it. So God open your eyes to certain things. And when you read it, you start seeing things differently and your understanding start to become more clearer. The only one that can do that is the Creator. The only one that can do that is God. Okay? Let's go to the last, okay? To a test of faith, patience, or stamina by suffering or temptation. When I read suffering and temptation, God only do that to His faithful ones. God only do that to His saints. The first time I read that thing, I thought about my pops. God is testing his faith, his patience, and his stamina in God by causing them to go through suffering and temptation. Suffering and temptation.
That's right.
Yeah. By causing you to suffer, and He also put you through certain temptations. God knows what to tempt you with. So certain things you don't go around, so you don't tempt yourself. So you don't put yourself in that situation. Like Job. I know God knows my temptations and what He could tempt me with, so I stay away from these things that I know I have a weakness at. Only you can understand that, and you know your weakness, so you don't put yourself in certain situations to succumb to your temptations or your weakness. That's how God deals with His saints. This is how God deals with His elect. This is how God deals with His chosen, not with the ones that's condemned. We realize this, man. God is going to put His faithful ones and His pious ones through it to test their faith and their patience and their stamina with God. God's going to put you through it.
He got you.
Now, an ordeal or path required as proof of conformity with a set of belief. There's a path, which means there's a certain way. There's a certain path that is accepted by God only. Now we're going to dig into to that word ordeal. right? Ordeal means what? To determine guilt, to determine if you're guilty. That's what to determine guilt means, to determine whether you're guilty or innocent. There are certain things that God does to determine whether you're guilty or innocent. Okay? Now, how do God determine these things? By putting your fears, by putting you through certain trials and tribulations to see which way are you going to sway. When he put the trials and tribulations, now I'm going to determine if you are guilty by God or if you're innocent by God by putting this before you to see if you're going to sway to the right, to see if you're going to sway to the left, or to see if I'm going to stick straight in that narrow path and keep my head straight and correct with God.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? It said to determine if you're guilty or innocent by submitting the accused to dangerous and painful tests under God's control. This is under the control of God.
That's right. That's right.
I am putting through this to test and to see if you're going to be innocent in this manner or guilty.
That's right.
God does that.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. Like the brother said, he said, man, listen, man. God deals with time. God deals with time. Like my pop said, man, I was locked up in Texas. And an angel came into my cell. He didn't know he was an angel, but he got euphoric. Came into a cell, kneeled down, put a pad out, drew a circle, and then stopped. He said, you got to complete the circuit. When you complete the circuit, he said, you're getting out of here. You know what that told me?
Circles of time.
God deals with time. When I went into prison, it was a set time for me to get out. I'm not going to get out no earlier, and I ain't going to get out no later. There's a certain time God deals with time. And guess what? There's a certain time where God gives you to become an acknowledgement of his laws. When you don't come into acknowledgement of God's law in a certain time, guess what? He pushes you away. He pushes you away. And then he builds that block, that boundary to where you can't pass. We got to learn how God works by reading the book. And to learn about this God, this holy God, you need a guide. A guide is one that will show you and explain to you certain things on a certain level that you would not understand and see. Because guess what? You only got 6 months, 3 months doing this. You think God is going to deal with a person that has less time in his laws, less time in God than the person that's been doing it and putting time in? No, he ain't going to show you what he going to show this guy here. Now, last one, to try. When God tries you, it means to examine, to subject a person to undue strain. To subject you under undue strain, excessive hardship that tests your endurance. God put you through certain things to see how are you going to endure, to see if you're going to break or hold. Most people break. Most people get put through certain situations. Certain situations that you don't like. certain situations that hate.
You say it's not right.
You said it's not right. You said, man, the person did me wrong. Man, this guy did me wrong. Put certain situations before you to see if you're gonna break. Break with who? Not break with me. Not break with that person, but you break yourself away from God. Coming to people with thoughts and say, well, I thought I was doing the right thing. But because of what this person did to me, you judge according to what that man or that person did to you. And use it as an excuse to depart away from the true and living God. Okay? Time sheet.
Verse 4.
Verse 4.
Then said the Lord unto Moses, Behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day, that I may prove them.
That I may prove them.
Whether they will walk in my law
Whether they will walk in my laws or no. Time sheet.
And it shall come to pass that on the 6th day.
On the 6th day.
They shall prepare that which
they shall prepare. Time out. The word prepare, it means hekinu. Hekinu, when you want to learn the essence and the importance of these laws and what it means and what God requires of, you need a good dictionary and a Hebrew dictionary. The laws and the commandments were written in the original tongue, which were Hebrew. Yes, the English was tainted with. Of course, the English was tainted with. But the only thing that was not tainted was that Hebrew. So you read the law in the Hebrew language to give you the definition and the essence of what the verse or what the chapter is talking about. So the word prepare, it means hekinu. Now, God used certain people to preserve certain things. And people talk bad about, what's his name? This guy. The guy that wrote the Bible.
King James.
King James. King James was this. King James was the other. But King James did a damn good job. He was used by God to preserve his word. Yeah. Not because, listen, man, we got to realize something, man. We got to stop taking the bad and denouncing people 100%. God said the grain of evil seed was sown in man. And if you think the grain of evil seed was just sown in man and not in woman, both gender has evil in them. Woman and man. Male and female. It's just, you have to determine and see, well, is this person, is that man or is that woman trying or moving or trying to do the things, trying to be good? Are you trying to improve? Are you trying to make some type of correction in life or move towards the things that is holy and right by God? That's what counts. Yeah. But we don't make changes. We ain't trying to make changes with ourselves, because the only way to make changes with yourself is to take heed to what God says, because this book changes your actions and it changes the way you think. It changed your heart. It changed heart, minds, and actions. It changed the way you think and it changed your actions towards certain things. It changed your thoughts towards certain things because it doesn't correlate with what God says. Doesn't correlate with what God says. Hekinu, the word prepare, right? Hekinu means prepare. It means provide. And it also means to arrange. So this is why I emphasize and I say we have to prepare our food on the 6th day before the 7th day come in place. Same procedure. Okay? There's no providing Everything that needs to be provided and supplied is there. There's no arranging. The seats and everything is arranged already. You cannot, everything is already set up. Take this down, take whatever you need to take down, set up what you need to set up, because tomorrow is the day of the Lord.
That's right.
Tomorrow is the day that God blessed. Tomorrow is the day that God acknowledged. That was the only day that God acknowledged. How did God acknowledge such a day? When he ceased from creating. When God ceased and he desists from creating, that was acknowledgement of that day. The only day that God blessed was the seventh day. Emperor Constantine, Rome, changed the original day of the Sabbath from the seventh day to the first day in honor of the sun god. And you know, I heard people say that before. The sun is God. People really look at the sun as being God. But why people look at the sun as being God is because that is that Egyptology thought. Egyptian mentality.
There was a time of sun worship.
There was a time of sun worship. Everybody worshiped the sun. But there was a time when there wasn't no sun.
Okay.
There was a time when there was no sun. So after you ever think about who put the sun there,
There wasn't even no light.
there was no light and there was no darkness. There was just darkness. Scientific facts came over the news that scientists found dark matter. It wasn't just regular darkness in the beginning. In the beginning, when God created the heaven and earth, it wasn't just regular darkness. This darkness was a darkness that can be felt.
That's right.
Scientists have dark matter.
They call it thick dark.
Thick darkness. He said,
One in Egypt.
and the Spirit of God hovered over the face of the waters. Now God is preparing life. He's preparing the earth for life, for human, for mankind and woman. So he separated the waters from beneath and the waters from up top, which means you have waters below, which are the seas, and rivers and lakes, and you have waters that's way up above the firmament. The firmament is the space. What's above the space is nothing but water. What's above the water is the glory and the house and the glory of God. God, the glory of the Creator is way up, is far, is past the waters. And that's the throne of the Creator, past the waters that is above. And now when he said the clouds is the dust on my feet, he said, you dudes don't fear me? You ain't afraid of me? He said, the earth is my footstool. The clouds is the dust off my feet. He said, I'm the everlasting one. I'm the eternal one. Y'all don't fear me? Y'all not afraid of this? You can go ahead and keep playing. Go ahead and keep playing. Let's read.
Verse 5.
And
it shall come to pass that on the sixth day they shall prepare.
And it shall come to pass on the what?
On the sixth day.
On the sixth day.
They shall prepare that.
They shall prepare that which they bring in.
And it shall be twice as much as they gather daily.
Now, on the sixth day, you gather twice because guess what? Up there goes that word, gather. That's an action that's ought not to be done on Shabbat.
That's
the dude or the guy or whatever his name is got caught gathering sticks on the Shabbat.
Right.
Gathering. He didn't strike a match. He didn't cause no fire. He got caught gathering sticks. They took him, put him in ward. God said, kill him.
That's right.
God said, kill him.
That's right.
So there are certain people that is ordained and destined for death by God. We gotta realize this. Oh, why God killed him? Man, listen, you know what God said? Do we read the book? He said, man, I kill, not make alive. Stop playing with me, man. He said, I'm a God that wound and I heal you. He said, and who in the world is going to deliver and deliver out of my hands? Nobody. So we use these words and everything as boosters. I got goose pimples. And this is what gives me my push. This is what gives me my drive, my motivation to push for these laws. I wasn't always like this. We wasn't always like this. There was a point in time when I didn't care about this. And I was a very raunchy and a person that had no morals. But there came a time when you have to think about yourself and say, man, you know what? I got to start correcting myself. But what I know is lawful and right by God. And everything don't leave you one time.
That's right.
Everything don't leave you one time.
That's right.
That's why you had people that say, man, I'm working on myself.
That's right.
I heard people, I hear heathens, I hear people that don't know God. I hear everybody, I'm working on myself. Why people say that? Because they have realized that they have quirks and they have things in them that they need to work out. That's not right. You know it's not right. That's it. You know, you can only correct that when you include God, when you include these laws, when you include these commandments, these statutes, these holy laws that will separate and set you apart from the people that we live amongst. Now the word laquat, lamed kuf tet, it means to gather, right? Go ahead, read. Now God said, gather double on the 6th day. Because on the 7th day, you're not going to find it in the field, which means don't go out there on the 7th day, which is the Sabbath, to go out there looking for manna to gather. Gather it now, because you're not going to find it out in the wilderness tomorrow. Read.
Verse 6. And Moses and Aaron said unto all the children of Israel, at even, then ye shall know that the Lord hath brought you out from the land of Egypt. And in the morning, then ye shall see the glory of the Lord.
In the morning, you're going to see the glory of God. These people seen that, man.
Yeah.
Look, the glory of God came down many and numerous times in a thick cloud. The entrance of the tabernacle. Aaron and Miriam talking against Moses. He said the cloud came down from heaven. You know, that's a hell of a sight to behold. A thick cloud coming down from heaven. Everything stopped. All actions. Everybody was at their tent door. Everybody at standstill. God is here. And in that thick cloud was God. Out that thick cloud, they heard the voice of God. He said, man, come out, you three. He said, when I speak to a man, he said, a prophet, I speak to him in visions and dreams. God coming to you in visions. Have you ever saw a vision that was of God? My father did. My father did. That's why I look at that man. He's a hell of a man. And he's held in certain high regards with God. And certain things that people can do, he can't do. So God deal with certain people like that in a certain way. I ain't never seen no vision. But that man told me about certain visions that he saw and things that he heard. And he reacted upon what he saw and heard and succeeded. So the Most High said, he said, come out, you three. He said, I made myself, he said, what? He said, I made myself known to prophets by visions and dreams. He says, my servant. Before he even called Moses, he said, my servant. Which means he was acknowledged as God's servant. My servant, Moses, is not so. I don't deal with Moses that way. He said, this guy here, I speak to face to face. He said, You two guys wasn't afraid to speak against him, which means certain people, when they reach certain levels with God, you got to watch your words with these guys, with certain people. So now, when the glory of God departed, guess what took place? Miriam turned leprous immediately. Now let's learn something. You know why Abba, and I learned this from my father. Why the reason he was so hard and struck on having uncleanness in the house. One of the things that he wanted to accomplish was change the chairs. He wanted to get everything in the. Do we understand why this man thought this way? Because he realized that doing these type of things and doing this type of action would bring the presence of God here. Man, listen, man.
I'm trying to invoke.
He wants to invoke God. He always said that. Last thing he said, I want to see God. I want to meet him. He said, God gonna speak to me. Close his eyes. That's the last time my brother said he heard a word from him. I see the strength of God in him, and that's where I get my strength from. So that's the reason why he said, listen, man. He said, let's get all these chairs out of here. All these unclean chairs, let's get these beds out. Get this out. And that's what I emanate and I project in my house. You unclean? Don't come sitting all over the place making everything unclean and defiled. Keep you a certain chair. Keep you a certain place where you lay at. And that's where you sit. There is no time for forgetting. Be aware and keep God on your mind so that you won't forget. Be mindful of God. Stop being mindful of things that has no value, that has no importance. So now you have to ask yourself, what do you value more than God? You value this, and this over God's laws and his commandments. We gotta watch ourselves, man. Watch ourselves. I'm just way far. We are just way far and beyond. And you look at it and you're going too far. Going too far. No, I ain't going too far.
That's what they all say.
I'm trying to escalate and elevate with God. So God can escalate me and exalt me in the heavens. When God exalts you in the heavens, that gives you a sharp eye. God looks at you with a certain eye now. Because you done pierced it. You done pierced and reached a certain level. There's levels in righteousness. Yeah. And guess what? There's levels in being wicked. You got wicked people. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm perfect. Oh, this person not saying they're perfect, but guess what? I'm not like him. Don't compare me to them. Because I do have morals and I do have principles that I live by. Don't compare him to this. Don't compare. You can't compare everybody with everybody. Because there is certain things that this person would not do, and he'll die before he do it. But this guy will. This guy will, or this woman will. Don't forget about the woman. Can't always down the guys because these women is no good too. Right. You got women out here with no morals. None. And that's the reason why with certain situations, you say, what's the use? A waste of certain things is a waste of time. Waste of my energy. Waste of my time. Because no one is trying to elevate with God. That's the only way you can better yourself. Let's get this straight. First and foremost, to better yourself in life, Number one, you got to elevate and get better with God first. When you get better with God, then God will instill in you certain morals and certain principles and certain values that will better you, that will elevate you. Come on, man, get away from me with all that, man. Get away from me with all that, man. In order to elevate and get better and clean yourself, I'm trying to correct myself, you need God to correct yourself. God will show you how to correct yourself. God will show you how to correct yourself. And then God showing you how to correct yourself, he will show you certain principles and morals and values. What? That's right. What? What to look for. Tom Sheep.
Verse 7. And in the morning, then you shall see the glory of the Lord.
In the morning, you're going to see the glory of God.
But then he heareth your murmurings.
But he heard your murmurings.
And what are we that ye murmur against?
And what are we? He said, what? Moses said, man, we ain't nobody. You over here complaining against me. I am not nobody. You complaining to me, but you're complaining against me. It's against God. Tom Sheen.
And Moses said, this shall be when the Lord shall give you in the evening flesh to eat, and in the morning bread to the full. But that the Lord heard your murmurings.
God heard your murmurings. God heard your complaints. God heard, and you only complain because you're not satisfied. You are expressing your dissatisfaction. That's why you complain. And that's why I learned that it's so much that you learn in honoring, man. And we are training ourselves. I'm training myself not to complain about my parents. Because now you are expressing dissatisfaction in your father and your mother that God gave you a command to honor. Don't complain about nothing.
Don't complain about our email to somebody else.
Facts. And we all been guilty of that. That's not honor. That's not respect. That's not honor. That's not glorifying your parents. And when we do these things, we become, we take a couple scoops, a couple shovels out the grave. You dig in your own grave. You become closer to that. Closer to death. You gotta just take it, accept it, and leave it alone. Kang Ima, yes, mother. Kang Abba, yes, father. No problem, Abba. Oh, you mad now? No, Abba, I'm not mad. I'm telling you the truth. I'm training myself to agree with what you said. I'm training myself to agree what Mama said. Children today don't know what honor is.
They want to have the last word.
They want to have the last word, and the parents say they gotta let them express themselves.
Society is built to
what?
To disrespect.
To disrespect the father and the mother.
Even kindly.
Even who?
Kindly.
Even kindly.
It's built to disrespect them like that.
And then,
You're gonna have a problem.
and then because of the brainwash of the parents, they accept it like it's okay.
It's okay. It's built. Society is built.
Society has brainwashed you.
So
So now you gotta re-brainwash yourself with the creators, with these laws.
That's right.
The book said, he said, it is better that a child lean towards the parents instead of the parent leaning towards the child. You can't go on in life. I can't go on in life with my father and my mother angry with me.
Well, you're not speaking to them.
Or you're not speaking to
I
them.
don't speak to them.
I don't speak to my
I don't speak to them.
And when my parents is angry with me, he or she is angry with me, I'm leaving. I ain't got nothing to say. Forget about it. She don't want to speak. Okay. You shouldn't be good with that.
That's right.
You shouldn't be good with that.
You
That's
got
not
right.
good.
You ain't got no say so. That's how you treat your mother.
That's right.
You ain't got no say so with my pops.
That's right. That's right.
You ain't got no say so with my pops.
That's right.
That's how you treat your mother.
That's right. That's right.
Get out of here, man.
A lot of them lean towards the mother and not the father.
Come on,
Lean
man.
towards the father and not the mother.
Come on, man.
Play
right.
sides. Play sides.
And one thing that I learned about reading the book, the father never tells the children to dishonor the mother,
No.
to do this to the mother, to do that to the mother, and the mother never tells the children to do this to their father or do it. He was warned when dealing with children.
That's correct. That's the problem. That's the problem.
It was on one accord.
Yeah.
I have read where, and I have experienced where the mother come to me and say, "Well, you know, you never was there for your daughter," and she's saying that in front of the daughter. I said, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
First your life.
And I said this in front of the daughter. I said, you forgot that I have my daughter living with me first.
You took her.
You went to the school subtly, snatched her out of the school.
Cunningly.
I didn't know you took her out of school. I go to the school to go pick her up after work, and my daughter is gone.
Gone. What kind of feeling that is, man? Vanish.
You know what kind of feeling that was?
Yes. And then you want to make me look that way.
And now you want to make me look like the villain? That I wasn't ever there with my
Tell
kids?
the whole story. That's what females need to do. Tell the whole story.
See,
Tell the whole story.
we judge certain situations with an American way of thinking.
That's right.
We judge certain situations with an American way of thinking, but there's only one type of thinking, one type of thought that is accepted of God, and that's the way God tells us how we should analyze, how we should think, and what type of thoughts we need to harbor in our brain. Because certain thoughts push us away from God, and certain thoughts, when we have certain thoughts, it makes us more inclined, lean us towards the Creator more so. Depending on your thoughts. Let's read.
Verse 10. And it
Verse
came
10.
to pass, as Aaron spake unto the whole congregation of the children of Israel, that they looked toward the wilderness. And behold, the glory of the Lord appeared in the cloud.
You know how many times the glory of God came down in that cloud? But they couldn't see the glory. Because the cloud was so thick that you could not penetrate. It wasn't nothing that can be penetrated. You couldn't see through it. Read.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying,
Now, this is why, you see how the Creator was able to come down over and over constantly? Because in Deuteronomy, he said, when you go ease yourself, remember, there's no bathroom facilities. Right? Now, imagine now. They also had to be on point with the cattle.
Yeah. They gotta be.
The cattle not going to speak and tell them when they got to ease themselves.
They walking.
So now the cattle is probably miles away from the tabernacle or the congregation, from the camp where they are at. They are so far away that when they ease themselves,
they're in the outskirts.
they're on the outskirts. They're not in the presence of God, because God don't come down. The glory of God is not going to come down around uncleanness. And once the angel ain't gonna come around uncleanness. So guess what now? You know what that told me? It was a certain time or place to be compared to the time when Moses went up in the mountain for 40 days and 40 nights. When they're being led through that wilderness, nobody had to use that bathroom. Nobody had to urinate or defecate. There was a certain spirit upon them that they didn't have to use that bathroom. Because there ain't no way you're gonna stop and use that bathroom while that angel is there.
No, it's not happening.
You ain't gonna do that while the glory of God come down.
Your body was there.
That's right. They ate manna. That's right. Come see.
I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel. Speak
I heard
unto
the
them.
murmurings. I heard you complaining. Read.
Speak unto them, saying,
Speak unto them, saying,
at even ye shall eat flesh, and in the morning ye shall be filled with bread.
at even, you're going to eat flesh. In the morning, you're going to be filled with bread.
And ye shall know that I am the Lord your God.
Now, because of what I'm about to do now, you're going to understand and realize that what?
That I am God.
That I am God.
The Lord your
Which
God.
means what I'm going to put before you is going to prove my existence.
You believe it now.
You're going to believe it after this. Tom, see?
And it came to pass that at even the quails came up.
The quails. You know what was quails? Quails were a certain type of bird. Clean birds. And they compare it to chickens. But the chickens was was a start with PH. No, not pteropods. No, I'm gonna look it up right now because I gotta explain that. And it was two, and this is what tells me what it was. No, I'm gonna tell you right now. Right? The chicken domesticated boom boom boom. Okay. Phasian, Phasi, Phasianidae. So the subspecies, this right here. Pheasant.
Phasianidae. That's the family.
That's the family. Okay. Now the family was Phasianidae or Phasianidae, whatever. It sounds like horse the ball, like horse the boys or whatever the thing is. I can't explain pronounce these words. Phasianidae, that's the family, whatever. Okay. And now I'm gonna go into quails to show you what family the quails are from, because people say it's the same. No, it's not. Look at the family. Look at the family of the quails now. It's from the same family, Phasianidae, but it says order Galliforms. There we go. That's the difference. Gallus is two different. The chicken is not from the Galliforms. Chicken was just Phasianidae. Okay, same family, but different order.
Because this is the order. Chickens can't fly.
Right.
Quails can fly.
Huh?
Quails can fly.
Quails can fly. That was the difference.
The gallus.
Right.
Those
right. That's right. And people fail to realize that. And this is why I stay away from eating chicken. Stay away from that. I don't want no chicken. I don't need it. I don't want nothing from it. Now God caused quails to rain from heaven. The quails was cooked already and prepared. It wasn't raw. That was the work of God. Rain quails from heaven. Go ahead, read.
And it came to pass that at even the quails came up and covered the camp. And
Covered
in the morning,
the camp. What verse you at?
13.
Read.
And in the morning, the dew lay around about the host.
The dew lay around about the host in the morning. Now, the dew now that laid around about the host was what? Go ahead, read.
And when the dew that lay was going up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness, there lay a small round thing, as small as the hoarfrost on the ground. And when the children of Israel saw it, they said one to another, it is manna.
It's manna.
But they wist not what it was.
They didn't know what it was. Read.
And Moses said unto them, this is the bread which the Lord hath given you to eat. This is the thing which the Lord had commanded. Gather of it every man according to his eating.
Gather it every man according to his eating.
An omer.
An omer. A certain portion, a certain amount. Omer was a certain portion, a certain amount. Read.
According to the number of your persons.
According to the number of your persons. 5 people, each man gather 5 omers. 6, 10 people gather 10 omers for each person. Okay, read.
Take ye every man for them which are in his tents. The children of Israel did so and gathered some more, some less.
Now, some went, gathered more than an omer. and some went and gathered less than the omer. They did not follow the command of God. This was the proving. This is why God, he said, okay, by this is how I'm going to prove you whether these people are going to follow my law or not. So he put the omer, gave them a command. You see how God deals, man? Yo, this is heavy, man. This is real heavy, and this ain't no joke. God reveals to you his laws and his commandments and statutes. He doesn't force you. He gives you his laws, or let's say, and God used some people or other people to reveal to you his laws. Yeah, this man that you're looking at was in the stead of God at that point in time. He used you to show you God's laws. So now when you chose to go aside from God, it was your choice. Which means God gave us a choice, whether you want to follow God or not. So now determining on your choice determines whether I continue to walk with you, my brother, or whether I continue to walk with you, my sister. Whether we continue this union, brother, or whether we continue this union, sister, according to your choices that are against God or for God. God don't force you to do nothing.
Right.
Gives you his laws, gives you his commands, and he step back to see what you do with it. To see if you're going to follow or not. God gave Adam and Eve a command. Stop following and listening to Jewish folklore that he had 2 wives. And his wife's name was Lilith. You fools. It's Jewish folklore. You know what a folklore is? Do we look up words? It's not true.
Lore, which is something that is not true, made up.
It's made up
by people.
by people.
Passed down.
This is what we got. This is what we turn towards. This is what we want to follow. So you got people saying that Adam had 2 wives. Adam's real wife was Lilith. Lilith is a demon.
People is cut off.
It's a female demon.
People is cut off.
Now, there are 2 lustful and sexual demons. When men have
Dreams. What dreams?
nocturnal emissions,
Yeah, some people say.
you know what it says? That she is the one that comes to you in that dream. When women have dreams, you know what's the name of the demon that comes to them? And it's the same demon that fell in love with the sister in Tobit named, the sister, the woman, Sarah. His name is Asmodeus. Look up those 2 names. I done did it already. You do your homework. Look up those 2 names. Asmodeus and look up Lilith. These are demons. Demons that people don't look towards. Look, you see, you're looking at it. Look at it. It's crazy. It's an ugly sight. These are demons, man. But people say Adam had a wife named Lilith. It's a folklore. It's not real. These are 2 demons.
Stop reading them crazy books.
Reading these crazy books that does not substantiate the belief in God. That does not substantiate what God says.
Becoming rabbis. They learn this stuff when they becoming rabbis. That's why.
Go ahead, read.
And when they did meet it with an omer, he that gathered much had nothing over.
When you met it with an omer, he that gathered what?
Much had nothing over.
Had nothing omer, because you gathered the accepted amount that God said to gather. There's a reason why God said gather an omer, because the omer, I'm going to make sure that this omer suffices you.
That's why.
Don't worry about it. Follow what I said. Now Israel went, gathered an omer. This ain't gonna be enough. You done got lust.
Talk
That's
about
right.
it. That's what
You
happened.
done gathered the Omer, and thoughts done harbored in your mind
It's
and
the
told yourself that this is not going to be enough. This bread is light, man. I'm going to be hungry, man. Man, let me get a little more here.
That's what happened.
Some went gathered less. Now let's see what took place now. Read.
And he that gathered little had no lack.
He that gathered little didn't lack.
They gathered every man according to his eating.
Uh-huh.
And Moses said, let no man leave of it till the morning.
He said, now the command. He said, don't leave of it until the morning. It was your job to hurry up and eat it. Whether it's more, you done went and violate the command. I told you gather a omer. You went and gathered more than what a omer is because you thought it wasn't going to be enough. Now you done eaten, you're eating and got suffice. You ain't hungry no more and you got stuff over. You better continue eating. Finish it. Finish it up. Guess what? They ain't finished it. They left it there. Go ahead, read.
Notwithstanding,
Uh-huh.
they hearkened not unto Moses.
They didn't hearken to Moses.
But some of them left of it until the morning.
Uh-huh.
And it bred worms.
It bred worms.
And stank.
And it stank.
And Moses was wroth.
Moses was angry with them.
And they gathered.
That's what took place. They left of it. They left some there. And it bred worms. It started worms coming out of it. And it stank. Why? God commanded it to breed worms and stink.
That's right.
Because I told you not to gather more or less than the substantiated amount that I told you to gather. Read.
And they gathered it every morning, every man according to his eating.
Uh-huh.
And when the sun waxed hot, it melted.
That's how light it was. Read.
And it came to pass that on the sixth day, they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers for one man. And all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses. And he said unto them, this is that which the Lord has said. Tomorrow is the rest of the holy
Tomorrow
Sabbath
is the rest of the holy Sabbath
unto the Lord.
Unto the Lord, unto God. Now, holy Sabbath, which is a Shabbat. Certain things you got to look up, man, so you can learn and understand the essence and the importance of the words that we are reading about. Shabbat, it means a rest and a cessation. Rest not meaning sleep.
Right.
That's what people get it twisted. I'm resting. So you lay up in the bed and you're sleeping and you're relaxing. I'm resting. No, not that type of rest God is talking about. Okay? It's 2 definitions. Rest and cessation. C-E-S-S-A-T-I-O-N. Cessation. To rest means to cease from work. Cease from work, guess what? Or movement in order to relax. That's why I don't like traveling. That's why I don't travel. If the camp is not walking distance, you ain't gonna see me in no other camp. That's the camp that I'm going to. To cease from work or movement. So the camp that I go to has to be walking distance in order for me to go there. If it ain't walking distance for me to go there, I ain't going. Because I don't want to get or slip into that boundary on that room of violation and profaning God's Sabbath day. I don't want to fall into that realm. Okay? The word cessation, C-E-S-S-A-T-I-O-N, means the process of ending. The process of ending or being brought to an end, which comes to a stop. Everything stops. Everything comes to a halt. Everything comes to a conclusion at a certain point in time of the day. Of that 6th day.
That 6th day, right. It comes to a halt.
Comes to a halt. And we cannot begin the day when it's dark. Mm-hmm. This is why when I look up on my phone to find out when time is sunset, sunset is what, 5:57, 56? Mm-hmm. I'm not going to stop doing everything at 5:57. I have to stop doing what I'm doing 15, 20 minutes before the sun, it says that it's sunset.
She said 20 minutes.
15, 20 minutes before.
That's
We're
right.
supposed to be winding down and getting into the groove of the Sabbath day, because you know why? Because if you find any type of importance in what you're doing, that's what you're gonna do. So you don't violate the Sabbath day by cooking and working and doing housework and doing your own wanting ways.
Cut off time.
There's a cutoff time.
They call it cut off.
All right, now, hey, this time is getting close. Make sure you get everything done and situated. Everything, all right?
Got 10 minutes to cut off
How about put 15?
Time sheet.
Verse 23.
Uh-huh.
And he said unto them, this is that which the Lord has said. Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto the Lord.
Uh-huh.
Bake that which you will bake today.
Bake what you gonna bake today.
And
Uh-huh.
seethe that which you will seethe.
Seek means to boil. Boil whatever you're gonna boil today.
And that which remaineth over, lay up for you to be kept until the morning.
And whatever remains over,
Lay it up to the morning.
save it for in the morning. You can eat
Shabbat
that.
is going to be there.
It's gonna be there.
They got it.
Now that was the command. They didn't understand it. Like the brother said, they ain't peep it. That was the command that God gave and put on that manna. He said, now, today is the 6th day. If you need an omer for one day, make sure you gather 2 omer. If you need 2 omers, gather 4. If you need 5, gather 10. Because tomorrow is the holy day of God. Holy day of the Lord. He said, tomorrow you're not going to find it in the field. Tomorrow you will have it for the next day. It's not going to breed worms. It's not going to stink. Because I commanded not to stink and bread worms.
That's it right there.
Because God gave it a strict command. He said,
Okay.
don't breed worms and don't stink.
That's it. It's under command.
It's under command now.
That's it right there, man. That's it right there.
You see the type of God we dealing with, man.
Right.
Certain things happens and certain things go down because it's the will of God.
God's amazing.
God command this right here. Like the Greek said, it's the will of God. It's the will of the Most High.
That's right.
Time sheet.
And they laid up. They
Uh-huh.
laid it up until the morning,
Uh-huh.
as Moses bade,
Uh-huh.
and it did not stink.
Didn't
Neither
stink.
was there any
Neither
worm
was there
therein.
any worms in it. Uh-huh.
And Moses said, eat that today, for today is a Sabbath unto the Lord.
Uh-huh.
Today you shall not find it in the field. 6 days you shall gather it, but on the 7th day, which is the Sabbath, in it there shall be none. And it came to pass that there went out some of them on the 7th day for to gather, and they found none.
You see this? I done
Unbelievable.
told you to gather double. Wicked footsteps. It's the footsteps. I done told you to gather double. Because you're going to have it for the next day. Tomorrow you're not going to find it in the wilderness. The people went out in the wilderness to gather bread and expected it to see it in the wilderness. And they failed the test. They failed the proving grounds. They failed the examination and the trial, the observation, everything that I explained to you before, how God proves us and try us and test us and evaluate us according to your desires, according to what you have in you, is according to what God tries you with. Yeah.
Simple as
That is something that man and woman need to realize. When God is using your own negativity against you. When God is using your own negativity, the negative things that you have in you, he uses it against you to prove whether you're going to turn to the right or you're going to turn to the left, or you're going to lean to your own wanting ways, or you're going to stick in that straight and narrow path and eject these negative thoughts. Hold your integrity, hold your righteousness, because we all got a little righteousness in us. We all got a little righteousness in us. We just got to strengthen it. Because when we sin and we transgress and we break these laws, guess what? We weaken the righteousness that we have in us. We push it back some. God put good and evil in us. We have both in us, good and evil. But he said, you choose, so that thou and your seed may live.
Exercise the good.
That's right. We got to understand that. That's not a metaphor. We're alive already. Why did God say choose his laws so that you and your seed may live? Think now. Now this is something to think about. Now I have told you something to think about. Do you really think there is life after this death? Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But the only way to get that life after your death is to take heed to what God said
Now.
to take heed to now. We got to prove ourselves to God now. Not when you want to. Do it now. While you are, wow. Listen, God put certain people in your life because he see, not for a reason. Some people, he see that this person will lean and do his laws. And some people, he put this guy in your life or this person to tell you certain things, to show you, so that you won't have an excuse to say, I didn't know. He knew you wasn't going to follow it. He knew you wasn't going to push up on my laws. But now you don't have a reason. You don't have no excuse to say, I didn't know, God. Yeah, you knew.
That's the first thing people say.
That's the first thing people say. That's the best excuse that everybody say. Okay? Tom, she read.
And the Lord said unto Moses,
Uh-huh.
how long refuse ye to keep my commandments and my laws?
Mm-hmm.
See, for that the Lord had given you the Sabbath, therefore, he giveth you on the 6th day the bread of 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place. Let no man go out of his place on the 7th day.
Uh-huh.
So the people rested on the 7th day. And the house of Israel called the name thereof manna.
Manna.
And it was like coriander seed,
Uh-huh.
white, and the taste of it was like wafers made with honey.
Mm-hmm.
And Moses said, this is the thing which the Lord commanded. Fill an omer of it to be kept for your generations, for that they may see the bread therewith I have fed you in the wilderness.
For proof. Because you still had people running around in disbelief, like they didn't believe the power of God. They didn't believe that God did such an act. So he had to take some of it and put it away for your generations to come. So I can show these people that, look, this is what God rained from heaven. There it is right there. Tom, see?
That they may see the bread therewith I have fed you in the wilderness when I brought you forth from the land of Egypt.
Uh-huh.
And Moses said unto Aaron, take a pot and put an omer full of manna therein, and lay it up before the Lord to be kept for your generations.
Uh-huh.
And as the Lord commanded Moses, so Aaron laid it up before the testimony to be kept. And the children of Israel did eat manna 40 years, until they came to a land inhabited. They did eat manna until they came into the borders of the land of Canaan. Now, an omer is the 10th part of an ephah.
Now, we're going to let's go into the Apocrypha. We're going to go into the Apocrypha. I don't go into the Apocrypha too much, but today we're going to go into the Apocrypha. We're going to go into 2 chapters. Chapter 2 and chapter 14. Ecclesiasticus. Ecclesiasticus chapter 2.
Chapter 2.
Right.
My son.
He said, my son.
If thou come to serve the Lord.
When you come to serve God.
Prepare thy soul.
When you come to serve God. When you made your mind up to serve God. What is to serve? What is the definition of serve? To comply to the commands of. To comply to the commandments of God. To agree to the commandments of God. To put into action the commandments of God. Tom Sheep.
Prepare thy soul for temptation.
You're going to be tempted. When you come to do the right thing, you're going to be tempted against doing the right thing. You hear that, man?
That's right, Lord.
You hear that, man?
That's right.
We have decided we want to do the right thing, and sometimes you get temptations against doing the right thing, and you succumb to it. You succumb to it, and then you fail with God, number one. We fail with the Creator, one. And then after I fail with God, I look at you and I failed with you. But God gave me another chance. So who are you not to give the person another chance? Which means why would a man give another man another chance? The only way a man would give another man a chance is when he accepts his fault. When he accepts his fault. Ecclesiasticus chapter 2. That's the only way you will receive another chance. With God, I have to accept my faults. I have to acknowledge my faults. I have to acknowledge that I was wrong. And don't repeat it. That's the key. Don't repeat what you did. That's heavy, man. That ain't no light thing. He said, my son, when you come to serve God, prepare thy soul for temptations. Which means you will be tempted against doing things that is lawful and right by God. You will be tempted against doing the things that is good.
That's right.
Comes in distractions.
That's right.
Comes in situations.
Situations and distractions.
That's right.
Time sheet.
Set thy heart aright
Set your heart aright.
and constantly endure.
Wait a minute. What do you think you're doing when you set your heart aright? What do you think you're doing when you set your heart aright? You're making your mind up. You're making your mind up to follow God, to do His laws. When you set your heart right, it means to make your mind up. Don't cause yourself to be distracted by certain situations and things that comes up. So you get distracted and pull away. Throw you off. He says, set your heart aright. Set your heart aright.
And constantly endure.
And constantly endure. Endure meaning hold your grounds. Hold your grounds. Hold your stance. Hold your grounds with God. Don't lean. Don't sway off. Don't get pushed off to the side. Hold your grounds in the fulfilling. Stand firm. Hold your grounds in the fulfilling of the commandments of the laws of God. Hold your grounds and understand that there's a way there's a thinking pattern that is accepted of God.
Right.
There is a thinking pattern that is accepted of God. Because guess what? Forward thought separates you from God. What is forward thoughts? Forward thoughts are thoughts that are against what God says. People don't understand that. And people not realizing that. To where you look at a person and the person thinking pattern tells me what you are or how you is. Tells me your character. Tells me how you get down. A person thinking pattern tells me how you get down and what you recognize, what you realize, what you believe. Tells me everything about you. What you accept, what you don't accept. I can tell whether you accept God or not just by the way you think. Just by the way you think, I can tell you if you accept these laws or not. No matter, don't worry about how much the person read, what the person is doing. Oh, he's doing this or she's doing this. Let me see how you think. Let me see how you think. What's in your head? What's in that brain of yours? Are you really correlating your ways with God's ways? Are you really trying to be what God expects you to be? Because I see the way you're thinking is not the same as what you're talking about. It's not the same. Read.
And make not haste in time of trouble.
Make not haste in time of trouble.
Cleave unto him.
Cleave unto him.
And depart
Cleave
not.
unto who? Cleave unto God. Be attached to God. Join God. How do you cleave to God? How do you join him? How do you be attached to him? By taking heed to what God says. Plain and simple. Ain't gotta go over the moon and do nothing spectacular. Just listen to his laws. Take heed to his commandments. Read.
And depart not away, that thou mayest be increased at thy last end.
Wow. Don't never depart away from the laws and the commandments of God, because when you don't depart, then towards your last end, you'll be increased. Through all the trials and tribulations that you're going through, when all that is over, you will increase towards your latter end. Tom Sheep.
Whatsoever is brought upon thee, take cheerfully.
Exactly. Whatever God put on you, or whatever you're going through, accept it and realize that God is just in whatsoever he's doing. And God is putting this on me, or I'm going through this because of my shortcomings with God. I am in jail and I am in prison because I came up short with the laws and the commandments of God. I am in the hospital because I came up short with the commandments and the laws of God. Everything that happens in your life, there's a reaction. Whatever we do, there's a positive or negative reaction to what we do in life, to your actions. Whatever I did that was positive, you're going to get a positive reaction that matches that, or probably be bigger than that. The actions that I did that was negative, you're going to receive a negative reaction according to what I did. Now, you may look at the negative action that you did and say, I was right. There's a reason why I did that. I did it because. But have we ever asked ourselves if we was right with God? Do God look at it as right? Because guess what? Not because of what you think or how you feel means you're correct. You got to realize that. We got to realize one thing. If God said you're wrong, then you're wrong. No matter how much you feel you're right. Tom Sheep.
Whatsoever is brought upon thee, take cheerfully.
Take cheerfully.
And be patient when thou art changed to a lower state.
Be patient when you're changed to a lower state. When God bring you down, he said be patient, because he's going to pick you back up. It's going to pick you back up. There's ups and downs in life. That comes automatically. There's no escaping that. There's going to come a time in life when you're up and you're doing good, and there's going to come in life when God has to drop you to test your faith and your patience in him. Tom Sheep.
For gold is tried in the fire.
You see that? He don't try brass. Look, check it out. He don't try brass. He don't try silver. He tries the best. Or tainted. Nothing tainted. He tries the best. He said gold is tried in the fire. Which means there's a certain type of man. Certain type of men with certain qualities, a certain character, certain values and worth that is tried by God. Use the gold for an example. He said, gold is tried in the fire. Read.
And acceptable men.
Acceptable men. You hear that, man? God only tried the ones that he has accepted. That's who get tried. God don't try and test and evaluate and prove everybody, the world.
No.
Because not everybody is accepted by God. It takes a certain type of lifestyle and a behavior pattern, character, manners to be accepted by the Creator.
That's right.
It takes a certain type of person to be accepted by God. And don't get it twisted. Women can be accepted by God too. You just gotta lean towards the things that is lawful and right by God.
That's right.
Or I'd say it much more easier. All you gotta do is lean towards your man. Hearken to what your man tell you. Do what he
That's right.
says.
That's right.
And God is not gonna charge you with nothing.
Nope.
God don't charge the wife or the woman with nothing, you know. Anything that the woman does is because the man allowed it. So she followed her husband. God is going to charge the man for allowing her to do such and such or whatever it is, whether it's right or wrong. That's how God deals.
God said your desire shall be true.
That's how God deals.
You desire what your husband desires.
That's right. And that's why it's very important that when you have a household, and I give you certain commands and certain laws and orders of what not to do in this house on certain days, it behooves you to hearken. It's mandatory that you hearken. It behooves you that you hearken. Because whatever you do in this house, God is going to charge the husband or the man for allowing this particular thing to go down here. Tom, see?
And acceptable men in the furnace of adversity.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 6.
Tom, see?
Believe in him, and he will help thee.
Believe in him, and God will help you. Firm belief in God, and he will help you. Why I said why that stood out with me, because I have a brother. Brother got locked up for something that he did. I ain't gonna say what it was. And the judge asked him, where's his lawyer? You know what the dude says? He said, my lawyer is the God that split the Red Sea.
Mm-mm.
He said, my lawyer is the God that split the Red Sea. My God, my lawyer is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You know what happened after that? The judge, the plaintiff,
He laughed.
they
He
laughed.
laughed and said, I'm going to get someone
They
to
laughed.
assist your lawyer.
He said, well, I'm not your lawyer. He said, your God.
Your God.
He said, I'm going to get somebody to assist your God. And he laughed. Wow. And then you know what he said after that? He said, I'm going to see if your God can get you out of this. Because he was caught red-handed and they had the proof.
Really had it.
Guess what? Everything
out.
got thrown out and he walked out.
Mysterious.
Mysteriously.
Mysterious.
That's when you had belief in God. And when you put God up front, there's no way he's going to let you down. Because you already put the Most High up front. But he's not going to let his name and his glory fail or drop.
That was personal. Yeah.
Not because of your righteousness. I'm an evil seed. But I put God up front. So because I put my name up front, because you put God's name up front, he's not going to allow it to drop. Because now these people here is making fun.
They're Egyptian.
They're joking about my God.
So Moses said, that's right.
Tom Sheep.
Order thy way aright and trust in him.
Order thy way aright. Make sure your ways are comparable to God's ways. Make sure your ways is comparable to the ways of God. That's what it means by ordering your ways aright. Tom Sheep.
Ye that fear the Lord.
You that fear the Lord.
Wait for his mercy.
Wait for his mercy.
And go not aside lest ye fail.
Go not aside lest you fail.
Ye that fear the Lord.
Ye that fear the Lord.
Believe him.
And
your reward shall not fall. It shall not
believe
fail.
in him, and your reward shall not fail.
Ye that fear the Lord, hope for good.
You know what's your reward? Your reward, we not getting rewarded now. That's not the reward. Because the amount of belief that you have in God is going to trigger off actions. And by me putting forth the actions, and for the actions of the fulfilling of the commandments of God, that's when I'm going to receive my reward. After death. Tom, see?
Verse 9.
Uh-huh.
Ye that fear the Lord, hope for good and for everlasting joy and mercy.
Uh-huh.
Look at the generations of old.
Look at the generation of old
and see.
and see.
Did ever any trust in the Lord
Uh-huh.
and was confounded?
Uh-huh.
Or
Did anybody ever trust in God and was confused?
No.
Read.
Or did any abide in his fear
And was forsaken?
Or whom did he ever despise that called upon him?
Who did God ever despise or hate that called upon him? Read.
For the Lord is full of compassion.
The Lord is full of compassion,
mercy,
long suffering,
and very pitiful, and forgiveth sins, and save it in time of affliction.
Saves in the time of affliction.
Woe be to fearful hearts,
woe be to faithful hearts,
and faint hands,
and
the sinner that goeth two ways.
The sinner, he's always riding the fence. Today I'm one way, tomorrow I'm the right way. Today I'm left, tomorrow I'm right. Tom, see?
Woe unto him that is faint-hearted.
Faint-hearted.
For he believeth not.
You know what the faint-hearted is? A faint-hearted person
Give up.
slack and don't have no belief in God. A faint-hearted person is a person with no courage. He lacks strength and vigor. He lacks strength in God. So because I lack strength in God, it triggers off no belief. Tom, see?
Therefore shall he not be defended.
Uh-huh.
Woe unto you that have lost patience. And what will ye do when the Lord shall visit you?
Uh-huh.
They that fear the Lord will not disobey his word.
They that fear God will not disobey his word.
And they that love him will keep his ways.
They that love him will keep his ways. Uh-huh.
They that fear the Lord will seek that which is well, pleasing unto him. And
they that fear the Lord will seek that which is well pleasing unto him. So when we realize that this is not of God, when we realize that this is not accepted by God, if you fear God, you'll pull away from it. Tom, see?
And they that love him shall be filled with the Lord. They that fear the Lord will prepare their hearts and humble their souls in his sight, saying, we will fall into the hands of the Lord and not into the hands of men.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 14. Go to chapter 14 now, from 1 to 18.
1 to 18.
Yeah, 1 to 18.
Blessed is the man that hath not slipped with his mouth, and is not
Blessed is the man that had not slipped with his mouth. Because sometimes we say things and we come rash and quick with our words, say things all emotional, and you mess around and slip and say the wrong thing. Mm-hmm. I done said the wrong thing. You can't take words back. Mm-hmm. Realize it. We get angry and get all emotional and just start going off with the mouth. Mm-hmm. Now, guess what? What you said stuck right here. Mm-hmm. I remember what you said, man. Mm-hmm. And if you didn't feel that way, why you said it? Why you said it? Mm-hmm. Is it all for emotions? Or were you just hiding the way you really feel about the person? Come on, man. Don't allow your anger to push you off to the edge and you start saying things that you don't need to be saying. Go ahead.
Blessed is the man that had not slipped with his mouth and is not pricked.
They ain't pricked with the multitude of words. You know what prick means? A nagging or sharp feeling. A nagging or sharp feeling of remorse, regrets, and sorrow. That means you're pricked with the multitude of words. Because you have good in you. And only a good person, a good man or a good woman will be pricked by a multitude of words, which means you'll begin to develop sharp feelings of remorse, regrets, or sorrows about what you just said. Tom, see?
Blessed is he whose conscience hath not condemned him.
You know what a conscience is? You know what it is when a person have a conscience? When a person has a conscience, the wrong that he had done in his life bugs him. It's crazy.
Okay, so have a conscience. Some people say, come on, man, have a conscience. Yeah.
Should scream that at them. You should. Blessed is he whose conscience has not condemned him. I turn around, look at it. Your conscience is what? Your conscience, when you have a conscience, you have a heart, which means you
Heart towards good.
you feel a certain type of way about what you did. You're feeling remorseful about what you did
Or about to do.
or about to do.
Tonight.
And that's why you have that conscience.
What are you doing tonight?
Only a person, whether it's man or woman, that have any type of good in him will have this conscience. Your conscience will bug you because you done did something that you know wasn't right. Wasn't right. Okay? It's time to.
Blessed is he whose conscience.
And a person with a conscience is upright. That's the uprightness in a man. Means you have a certain amount of island. You can't say you have 100% upright. And you don't have 100% good in you because we sway off to the right and to the left. But we do have a little percentage of uprightness in us that will cause you and allow you to have a conscience about certain things. And when you have a conscience about certain things, you refrain from doing certain things. You will hold yourself back from doing this and the other. Tom, see?
Riches are not comely for a niggard.
Uh-huh.
And what should an envious man?
Riches are not comely. Right?
Right.
You know what comely is? Comely means not pleasing or pleasing appearance. It ain't good for a nigger. That's what it says.
That's what it says.
It's not comely for a Negro, a nigger. Why? Because the word nigger describes your character. Brother just said it. Describes your actions. Describes your character. It describes the way you are. That's why when certain people say certain things, I'm not going to allow you to compare me to niggas out here. Guess what? Because you know what keeps me on the different, you know what keeps me different? There are certain things that I uphold and I consider and I acknowledge that is upheld and considered and acknowledged by God. That niggas would not uphold and consider. Don't get emotional and all infatuated and feelings start getting entwined in it, and you start doing and saying things that ain't right. That ain't right. That's it. Tom Sheik.
And what should an envious man do with money?
Time out. I was waiting to get to that word. What should an envious man do with money? Let's dig into the word of envy. What is an envious man? Envious people frequently compares themselves. That's what an envy person, a person that's full of envy does. Frequently compares, then find themselves wanting, find themselves in need. They seek to bring down the person who they perceive is making them feel in that certain type of way. So you start saying words and telling them disheartening words and hurtful words to bring them down. Right? Envious people is competitive. I don't need to compete with you, and you don't need to compete with me. I don't need to be the best at nothing. That's it. You have the envious people does that, compete, right? Envy, a feeling of discontent or resentful longing aroused or stirred up by someone else possessing qualities, right? And you envy the person because of that. Now, what is discontent? lack of satisfaction with one's possession or status or situation. You're not satisfied with your own position or your own status or your own situation, so you look to bring this one down because you envy him that his status and his situation is better than yours. All right? Resentful means to feel annoyance or ill will at. Feeling or expressing bitterness or indignation at a person for his accomplishments. I can feel resentful for your actions towards me that was wrong. Nothing is wrong. Nothing is wrong with that. Nothing is wrong with that. You can feel resentful for your action towards me that which was wrong. Nothing is wrong with that. But when you start doing other things besides that, now you're wrong. Now, he that gathereth by defrauding his own soul, gathereth for others. He that gathereth by defrauding. I had got this by tricks and schemes and lies. I had got all this wealth by schemes and lies and tricking, right? So he said, he that gathered by defrauding his own soul, gather it for others. You're going to leave it for the others, for other people to come get. He said, that shall spend his goods righteously. He that is evil to himself, to whom will he be good? If he's evil to his own self, how do you expect to receive any type of good from that person if he's evil to himself? I'm evil to my own self, and you looking for the person to be good to you? No. If he's evil to himself, how do you expect him to be good to you? He said, there is none worse than he that envieth himself. And this is a recompense of his own wickedness. That's a recompense, is something like a repayment. This is what God repays this man or this person for his or her own wickedness. He said, and if he do it good, he do it unwillingly. If he did good to you, he didn't do it out the kindness of his heart. He didn't do good because he wanted to do good. It was a reason why he did it, for his own gain. And at the last end, he will declare his wickedness. The envious man had a wicked eye, an evil eye. He turned away his face and despised them. A covetous man's eye is not satisfied with his portion. A man or a person that is covetous. When you're covetous, you desire things and you want things that don't belong to you. So a person that's covetous, he's not satisfied with what he has. His portion, meaning what he had, what he doesn't have, what he got, he ain't satisfied with that. He wants more. This is why people want more. This is why people or men go out and rob. This is why they go out and steal, because they're not satisfied with what they got. They want more. So they go out and get it the best way they can. Well, and the iniquity of the wicked dried up his soul. A wicked eye envieth his bread. And he is a nigger at his table. Which means there's a certain behavior that comes when you're at the table. Niggardly actions are not to be done there. He said, my son, according to thy ability, do good to thyself and give the Lord his due offerings. We can't give God that right now. We are not able to give God that right now because we need a priest. We don't have a priest and we don't have a temple. So there's no more tithes and there ain't no more offerings that's going to go up. All that is over with.
Yeah.
Now we done got dispersed and scattered all over the place, kicked out the land, gave us a book and said, fend for yourself. Now God ain't dealing with us no more as a nation. He ain't dealing with us as a whole anymore. People think we're being dealt with as a whole. God is dealing with individuals that has the determination to serve him.
Mhm.
Not everybody have that determination to serve God. Not everybody had that determination to serve God. Not everybody. And that's why God ain't dealing with everybody as a whole. Okay? He said, remember that death will not be long in coming. Remember that death will not be long in coming. Nobody knows the day or the hour or the time or the minute when it's time for you to go. And it ain't going to be long. Okay? Now, it said, and that the covenant of the grave is not showed unto thee. The agreement of the grave, no one was showed the covenant or the agreement that you have when you're supposed to go down there. We don't know that. We don't know the day about that. So it behooves us that we stay ready. How do we stay ready? How do we stay prepared? By making sure that we take heed to these laws, commandments, and statutes, because you don't want to die in your iniquities. I don't want to die in my sins. Let me clarify that. Presumptuous sins means I know of something to be wrong and I still do it. I don't want to die in that manner or in that form, in that position with God. He said, defraud not thyself, verse 13. Do good unto thy friend before thou die. And according to thy ability, stretch out thy hand and give to him. He said, according to your ability. And throughout the whole book, I never read where, if anything, God speaks against it. He said, don't turn the poor aside empty. If I have a little, give him a little of what you have. Don't never tell him to go and come again. And I don't know, and we don't know everything. I want to be better and I want to do good with God. To where, and why I say that is because when I have also been guilty of that I wouldn't have much. And people will come to me and say, yo, do you have blah, 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 blah? And I said, well, no, I don't have it, man. I just have this and I need this for boom, boom, boom. I sinned and I transgressed with God. God said, don't turn the man away empty and that which he lacketh. So if I have a little bit, I got to find it somewhere to give him that little bit. If I only got $5, well, listen, brother, I got to give you something. I don't want to be the one that God looked at, that I turned the poor away empty with nothing. So I got to give you and pinch off a little bit. Here, take that. I don't have it, but I'm going to pinch this off and give you. Like I said, I never read in the book where our forefathers turned the poor away empty. I never read that nowhere. I always read where God said, supply, give them, and that which ye lack it. Don't turn them away empty. You have a little, give them according to what you have a little. You have a lot, then give them according to what you have a lot. But never turn the man away empty. Now when I do these things, you're gonna get. You can see we can acquire and gain and attain the attention of God, whether it's good or evil, just by your actions and the things that we do that is contrary with the Creator, or it ain't contrary with God. Go to verse 14. Ecclesiastes 14, verse 14.
Defraud not thyself of the good day.
Defraud not thyself of the good day. Read.
And let not the part of a good desire overpass thee.
And let not the part of a good desire overpass you. Overpass you means don't ignore it. Don't disregard it. When you have a chance to do good, when you have a chance to do right, don't disregard it and ignore it, because those chances most of the time don't come by again. And this was a time and a chance that I can cause God to open certain avenues for me. Just by me doing that one good thing, it opened up a door. And because I did that, it opened up a door, and that good right there could be the reason why that bullet ain't hit my head. That could be the reason why the dude let off shots and I ain't get hit. Because I did this good here and I opened up an avenue. And now God owes me because I gave him good. So God owes me a repayment. That's how the Creator works. Recompense. Tom Sheep.
Shalt thou not leave thy travails unto another, and thy labors to be divided by lot?
When you die,
yeah,
your troubles and your travails and everything that you got gets divided. You ain't dealing with it no more. Read.
Give and take.
Give and take.
And sanctify thy soul.
That is part of sanctifying yourself. Separating yourself. Give and take. You're able to give. You got to be able to accept it. If this is out, when it comes back your way, you got to be able to accept it. Tom Sheep.
But there is no seeking of dainties in the grave.
There's no, read.
All flesh waxing old as a garment. For the covenant from the beginning is, thou shalt die the death. As the green leaves on a thick tree, some fall and some grow.
As the green leaves on a thick tree, when you have a tree,
right now,
some fall and some remain on the tree, some grow, which means not every leaf gonna continue to grow. That is metaphoric. They ain't talking about actual leaves and trees.
Right.
It's talking about humans and man. Every seed and every child that you done spit out is not gonna increase or push for God.
Right.
Some is gonna lean off to the wayside, some gonna lean off the right, and some is gonna stick to that straight and narrow path and push for God. Tom Sheep.
So is the generation of flesh and blood. One cometh to an end, and another is born.
That's right. Now, cut that, and let's go out of the Apocrypha, and let's go to Judges 11. Judges chapter 11. We're going back into the Bible. Judges chapter 11. When you get it, you can continue and start your reading.
Now Jephthah the Gileadite was a mighty man of valor.
Jephthah the Gileadite. He was a mighty man of valor. The word valor. You know what valor is? A man of valor has strength of mind. He said he has mind strength.
Right.
It takes mind strength to encounter. It takes strength of mind to encounter dangers with firmness. It takes strength of mind to encounter danger with firmness. Okay? What is the danger? When you encounter danger or certain trials and certain tribulations, you won't fold. You stay strong and you remain strong in God. That's what's going to keep you from not folding. Tom, see? Now, hold up. Vigor. Vigor is mental strength. When you have mental strength, it's power to resist the outside force. Power to resist external forces, the outside force. Okay? When you're resisting the external forces, you don't desire to go to a birthday party. You don't desire to celebrate your birthday. You don't desire to be with your family on heathenistic days like Thanksgiving, like Xmas. I told one of the hoist guys, you know, the dude that control the hoist. He said, hey, how you doing, guy? He said, so what's your plans for the weekend? At every given time, if I have a chance to include God, I do it. I said, man, well, my weekend, I'm going to go get my children. Oh, where they live out, they live in Queens. And then when I get my kids, I'm going to prepare and make preparations for the Sabbath. Oh, well, okay. He said, all right. That blew over his head. That tell you when a person is cut off. Real quick, as soon as you start saying certain things and it blow over their head and they ain't mention it, you know what he turned to? He said, oh, so you're not going to take the kids trick-or-treating?
That's why he asked that question.
Trick-or-treating.
That's why he asked.
I said, Halloween. Have you ever did the studies on Halloween? Where it came from? It said All Hallows Eve is the devil's day. He said, but it's all about getting candy. And so I said, that blew over his head.
He just said it's the devil's
It's
day.
the devil's day. He said, but he said it's just about getting candy. I said, if the kids want candy, I just go to the store and buy them some candy. But I'm not gonna be walking, knocking on strangers' doors, talking about trick or treat with costumes on, and I'm not doing that.
You gonna trick me or treat me? Like,
I'm not doing that.
trick or treat.
And everything just blew over his head. That's how you know when a person is cut off from the truth of God. That's when you know when a person is cut off from the truth of God. Time shaking.
And he was the son of a harlot.
He was the son of a harlot. He was the son of a prostitute. See, this book speaks about life.
Real stuff.
Real stuff.
That really happens.
We are not talking or dealing with a God that's blindfolded to the fact that there was prostitutes. There was prostitutes that prostituted themselves for money. Some prostitutes ended up getting married. Yeah. Got Rahab the harlot. The woman prostituted herself. She was a harlot. And she used the money to take care of her father and her mother and her whole family. Mm-hmm. And because she took care of her family, but she did one thing that stood out with God. Was that the one that delivered? She hit right. That's what took her there.
She hit them.
The spies that were spying out the land, Rahab took the spies and hid them in the house because they was going to die. Yeah. They was being hunted. When the hunting was over, she let them go. The nation came in, was going to roam and devour the whole land, but they said, you make sure you put that red thread. He said, because when I'm roaming through here, that red thread is what's going to deliver you. Nobody goes in there. Y'all stay in there. And that's what delivered her. That's what delivered her. Now, okay. He was the son of a harlot, and Gilead begat Jephthah. Tamshi.
And Gilead's wife bare him sons.
Gilead's wife bare him sons.
And his wife's sons grew up.
And his wife's sons grew up.
And they thrust out Jephthah.
They thrust out Jephthah and said unto him,
thou shalt not inherit.
Now, mind you, these are brothers. Jephthah was the son of a harlot, of the prostitute, that later on became the man's wife. And he had another wife where he had children. But that tell you the difference between people or children that's born from different mothers. Okay? the children that was born from one mother took Jephthah and told him he was an outcast. Told him, get away from us. You ain't going to inherit with my father. Go. But he was the better one. He was the best one. Read.
Thou shalt not inherit in our father's house, for thou art the son of a strange woman.
Now, you see the ways of these men? Did they say you're the son of a prostitute?
No, strange.
Did they say you're the son of a harlot? They even have dignity and respect and morals about themselves, because they didn't say that. They said they didn't even say strange. The word for strange is acheret. When you're dealing, acheret means another woman.
That's all it means.
You're the son of another woman. You're not gonna inherit with my father's inheritance.
She was just another woman.
No, she was the harlot. She was a
harlot.
prostitute. But they had, what I'm trying to show you is that they had the respect that they're not going to refer to her as a harlot.
That's right.
Because number one, you have respect for my father first.
That's right.
I have to show respect for my pop. Let me say that. It's not for you to call her a harlot. It's not for you to call her a prostitute. That's my woman now. She ain't no prostitute now. She ain't no harlot now. I took her to be my wife, and I had children with her. Watch you, how you talking to her. Watch what you're saying. Watch what you're saying. So even the sons have that honorability in them and that respect in them, not to refer to the man's mother as a whore. He said another woman.
Yeah.
Read.
And Jephthah fled from his brethren.
Of course. He ain't got no choice. He said, I'm out then. Y'all don't want me amongst y'all. Y'all disperse me. Y'all want to do it. I'm gone. I'm gone. Read.
And dwelt in the land of Tob. And there were gathered vain men to Jephthah and went out with him.
Now there were gathered who?
Vain men.
Vain men.
That were gathered vain men to Jephthah and went out with him. And it came to pass in process of time that the children of Ammon made war against Israel. And it was so.
Years and years done passed. Now the children of Ammon, which was the seed of Lot, made war against who?
Israel.
Against Israel. Top sheet.
And it was so that when the children of Ammon made war against Israel, the elders of Gilead went to fetch Jephthah out of the land of Tob.
The elders of Gilead, his own brothers, said, man, you know what? We need to go get Jephthah.
He wanted to play.
And they already know how Jephthah give it in. They say he's a man of value. He's a man of figure. They knew how Jephthah give it up. So you're like, man, you know what? They had to put their pride to the side. And man, you know what? Let me call this guy. They say, yo, Jephthah, man, what's good? Read.
And they said, come, be our captain, that we may fight with the children of Ammon. And Jephthah said unto the elders of Gilead,
Look what Jephthah tells him.
Did not ye hate me? And
He said, I thought you hate me and you expelled me out of my father's house.
Why are you?
Certain actions denotes hatred. You done told me don't come back. You done told me get out. You done told me leave. Get out of here. That expresses hatred. You ain't got to tell me you hate. Just by your actions could tell me you hate me. And now you're back asking me to come back with you to go to war with the children of Ammon. Read. Look. Jephthah didn't hold that against him. Read it.
And why are you come unto me now when you are in distress?
Why you come to me now? But he had to remind you also. Why you come to me when you in distress now? Why you come to me when you in help? Read.
And the elders of Gilead said unto Jephthah, therefore return again to thee now.
That's why we coming to you now.
That thou
I need you.
That thou mayest go with us.
That you may go with us.
And fight against the children
and fight against the children of Ammon.
And be our head.
Be our head over all the inhabitants of Gilead. Read.
Jephthah said unto the elders of
Look
Gilead.
what Jephthah said unto the elders of Gilead.
If you bring me home again.
If you bring me home again to fight
against the children of
Against the children of Ammon.
The Lord deliver them before me. Shall I be your head?
If God deliver you, he said, am I going to be your head?
You ain't gonna kick me out again.
You ain't going to kick me out again. Read.
And the elders of Gilead said unto Jephthah, the Lord be witness between us if we do not so according to thy word. Then Jephthah went with the elders of Gilead, and the people made him head and captain of them. Jephthah uttered all his words before the Lord in Mizpeh. But Jephthah sent messengers unto the king of the children of Ammon, saying, what hast thou to do with me, that thou art come against me to fight in my name? The king of the children of Ammon answered unto
Yet
the
I sent
messenger.
message to the king of the children of Ammon, saying, he said, what has that to do with me? That thou art come against me to fight in my land. He said, what's your problem with me? Read.
And the king of the children of Ammon answered unto the messengers of Jephthah, because Israel.
This is the problem. This is why I'm coming against you, Israel, because y'all took away my land.
And when they came up out of Egypt,
he still, you know how many years that was?
so
You know how many nations still held a grudge against Israel because of what they did to them when they left Egypt?
over 100
Just like
generations.
Esau, grandson, Eliphaz. You think he just went and staggered behind the stragglers while they was leaving and started hitting them from behind? There was a reason why he did that.
These guys here.
Yeah, there was a reason why he did that. Because some of them still, that proves that some of them still held that grudge from the beginning
This is about vengeance.
when Jacob took the blessing of Esau. When Jacob took the blessing of Esau. Some of them don't forget certain things. And some of them had so much honorability to their father that they're going to remember that and still try to stand up for a cause, for that cause. Tom, see?
When they came up out of Egypt from Arnon, even unto Yabo, and unto Jordan. Now therefore restore those lands again peaceably.
He said, listen now. He said, when you came out of here, you done took a lot of lands. You took over a lot of things. Now, you don't want to go. I'm coming after you. I want my stuff back. I want my land back. Bring back my joints peaceably or else. That's what he's saying.
We could do this without war.
We could do this without war. We ain't got to go to war. Bring my land back and the war is dead. You don't bring it back peaceably, it's going to be war. And I'm going to cut you down. That's what they tell him. Read.
And Jephthah sent messages again unto the king of the children of Ammon. And said unto him, thus saith Jephthah, Israel took not away the land of Moab.
Thus saith Jephthah.
Israel took not away the land of Moab, nor the land of the children of Ammon.
Israel ain't take away when we left out of Egypt. I didn't take the land of Moab. I ain't take the land of Ammon. I ain't do that. I read.
But when Israel came up from Egypt and walked through the wilderness unto the Red Sea and came to Kadesh.
Kadesh, know what Kadesh is? Kadesh Barnea. Read.
Then Israel sent messengers unto the king of Edom.
I sent messengers to the king of Edom,
saying, let me, I pray thee, pass through thy land.
I told you, let me pass through your land. Now Israel is going to tell you what took place. He's explaining to Ammon what took place. When we left out of Egypt, we went to Edom. We asked to pass through their land. What Edom did? Edom would not hearken.
The king of Edom would not hearken thereto, and in like manner they sent unto the king of Moab, but he would not consent.
They went to the king of Moab. They didn't consent. They didn't agree to it. So we went to Edom. They didn't agree. We went to Moab. They didn't agree. Go ahead.
And Israel abode in Kadesh.
We stayed in Kadesh Barnea. Read.
Then they went along through the wilderness.
Went along through the wilderness.
And come past the land of Edom.
Come past means to go around. They went around the land of Edom because they couldn't go through it. See, the people, they wasn't a type of people to bogart and force invade and enforce themselves on people against their will. Learn righteousness by reading the book, how these people reacted. They didn't enforce themselves against a nation against their will. So they went around the land of Edom, read, and the land of Moab.
And came by the east side of the land of Moab. And pitched on the other side of Arnon. But came not within the border of Moab. For Arnon was the border of Moab. Israel sent messengers unto Sihon.
Now I'm sending messages unto Sihon. Now the Amorites now, read.
The king of Heshbon.
The king of Heshbon.
And Israel said unto him, let us pass.
Now I'm going to try Ammon. Let me pass through. Pass, we pray thee, through thy land
unto my
place.
But Sihon trusted not Israel to pass through his coast. But Sihon gathered all his people together and pitched in Jahaz and fought against Israel.
These was the only people that came out with swords. Moab and Edom said, no, don't pass through, left it alone. Ammon said, what? Y'all want to pass through my land? They gathered swords and went to go to war with Israel. Read. And then
Lord God of Israel delivered Sihon and all his people into the land of Israel. They smote them. So Israel possessed all the land of the Amorites, the inhabitants of that country.
That's how we ended up with all this, with all these possessions from the nation of Ammon. Now y'all come back talking about y'all wanted it. No, this is mine. I got this because you guys came out against us to war. All we did was ask for a pass. But y'all came out, y'all didn't answer. Y'all came out with swords against us to go to war.
You are aggressive.
And when God delivered you into my hands, everything that was here became mine. We took it over. You know the rules. You know the rules. That's the rules. Go ahead, read.
And they possessed all the coasts of the Amorites, even from Arnon, even unto Jabbok, and from the wilderness, even unto Jordan. So now the Lord God of Israel had dispossessed the Amorites from before his people Israel, and shouldest thou possess it?
God dispossessed you and gave it to us. And now you want to possess these things again? You want it again, read.
Wilt not thou possess that which Chemosh thy God giveth thee to possess? So whomsoever the Lord our God shall drive out from before us, then will we possess. And now,
look, whatever your God, that's straight gangster talk. He said, the God you serve, whatever the God you serve give you and allow you to possess it, you still hold it, right? So my God caused you to be delivered in my hands, and he gave me all these possessions, and we gonna hold it. No, we're not giving it up. It's ours.
He's speaking on his level.
Right, this is ours. This belongs to us. Read.
And now art thou anything better than Balak?
You think you better than Balak,
the son of
Zippor,
king of Moab,
the king of Moab, whom God delivered in the hands of the children of Israel? You ain't better than them.
Did he ever strive against Israel? Or did he ever fight against them?
No. Balak, he said, did he ever fight? Did he strive with him? No. He stood down.
You think you better than him?
He stood down. So what are you saying? You better stand down.
You should have stood up.
You ain't better than him. You should have stood down. And your possessions wouldn't have got taken. Read.
And while Israel dwelt in Heshbon and her towns, and in Aroer and her towns, and in all the cities that be along by the coast of Arnon, 300 years.
Wow.
Why therefore did ye not recover them within that time?
Wow. So why you ain't recover it then?
We had it for 300 years.
we had it. That's a long time.
300 years.
And now you want to recover it? Read.
Wherefore I have not sinned against thee, but thou doest me wrong to war against me.
Say, listen, man, I didn't did you wrong. But you doing me wrong by coming against me. I didn't do you wrong. Why are you doing this and coming out against me? Read.
The Lord, the judge, be judged this day between the children of Israel and the children of Ammon. Howbeit, the king of the children of Ammon hearkened not unto the words of Jephthah, which he sent him. And the spirit of the Lord came upon Jephthah, and he passed over Gilead and Manasseh, and passed over Mizpeh of Gilead, and from Mizpeh of Gilead he passed over unto the children of Ammon. And Jephthah vowed a vow unto the Lord, and said, If thou shalt without fail deliver the children of Ammon into my hands, then it shall be that whatsoever cometh forth of the doors of my house to meet me, when I return in peace from the children of Ammon, shall surely be the Lord's, and I will offer it up for a burnt offering.
You see that vow that's a heavy vow, man. That's a heavy vow with God.
That was straight up.
When we turn to God, he said, if thou, because there's certain words you don't use when you're directing it to the Creator. It's not you. It said, when thou made a vow to God, he said, if thou, O Lord, deliver these people in my hand, then whatsoever comes out of the doors of my house to meet me, I will deliver it.
He said, shall surely be the Lord's, and I will offer it.
Shall surely be the Lord's, and I will offer it up to God. Tamshi.
So Jephthah passed over unto the children of Ammon to fight against them.
What verse?
Verse 32. And the Lord delivered them into his hands. And he smote them from Aroer, even till thou come to Minnith.
Verse 34.
And Jephthah came to Mizpeh unto his house.
Now he won. He succeeded in the war. So Jephthah came to Mizpeh unto his house. He went home. Read.
And behold, his daughter came out to meet him with timbrels and with dances. And she was his only child. Beside her, he had neither son nor daughter.
You hear that? Now remember the vow that he just said. Whatever comes out to meet me, I will offer it up to you, to thou, to the Most High. Look who come out and meet him. His own daughter. His own daughter. That was the only child he had. He didn't have no other son. He didn't have no other daughter besides her. Just her. Go ahead, read. Verse 35.
And it came to pass when he saw her that he rent his clothes.
When he saw her, that was a sign of mourning. When he saw her, took his clothes and he ripped it. He ripped it. Read.
And said,
What he
Alas, my daughter,
He said, alas, my daughter. Oh my gosh, my daughter.
thou hast brought me very
He
low,
said, man, you brought me very low.
and thou art one of them that trouble
And
me.
you are one that troubled me.
For I have opened my mouth to
Because
the
I
Lord,
opened my mouth to God. I done
Right.
said certain things to God.
and
And
I
what?
cannot go
And
back.
I can't go back on what I said.
And
Read.
she said unto him, My father, if
Look what
thou
she
hast
told him.
opened
Look at
thy-
the strength that this woman had in her. Look what she told her father. She said, my father,
if thou hast opened thy mouth
if
unto
you
the
open
Lord,
your mouth unto God, whatever you said
do to me
to God, he said, do to me
according to that
according
which
to
hath
that
proceeded out of thy mouth.
which had proceeded out of that mouth.
For as much as the Lord had taken vengeance for thee of thine enemies, even of the children of Israel.
Listen, she said, listen, whatever you opened your mouth to God concerning me, he said, do it. Because God done delivered the seed and the children of Ammon in your hands. He said, so whatever you got to do it. You hear what that woman said?
Strong.
Read.
And she said unto her father, Let this thing be done for me.
He said, just let me do this one thing.
Let me alone 2 months,
Let me go 2 months.
that I may go up and down the
And I
mountains,
may go up and down the
and
mountains.
bewail my virginity.
Bewail my virginity.
I am myself.
The woman was a virgin. She was a virgin. She still
She
had
lived
the
in the father's
hymen.
house.
You know what bewail her virginity is? It means to weep. It means to weep. Read.
And it came to pass at the end of 2 months that she returned unto her father, who did with her 39.
No, you skipped 38.
And he sent her away for 2 months, and she went with her companions and bewailed her virginity upon the mountain. And it came to pass at the end of 2 months that she returned unto her father, who did with her according to his vow, which he had vowed. And she knew no man.
She knew no man.
And it was
She
a custom.
knew no man, which means this woman died a virgin. Men and women don't teach their daughters the importance of keeping their virginity. We don't teach our daughters the importance of holding and keeping their virginity. We don't teach, and it ain't only the daughters. I wish people stop channeling this and pointing this only towards the woman, because it's very important for a man to hold his virginity also. Keep himself from being promiscuous and sleeping around with different women. You gotta teach the little men that also, because it's not a good thing.
No.
It's not a good thing with God. It's not a good thing with God. And if you're trying to better yourself with God, these are things that you will take heed in. Read.
And it was a custom in Israel that the daughters of Israel went yearly to lament the daughter of Jephthah the Gileadite 4 days in a year.
Okay, let's go to chapter 13 now. Same book.
Judges 13.
Judges chapter 13.
And the children of Israel did evil again.
The children of Israel did evil again. Every time we did not have a deliverer or a head or a leader, Israel ended up resorting and going back to their own evil ways. Which means in order for these people to do right, they needed a guide. They needed someone to be on top of them. Tom, Sheik, read.
And the children of Israel did evil again in the sight of the Lord. And the Lord delivered them into the hand of the Philistines 40 years. And there was a certain man of Zorah, of the family of the Danites, whose name was Manoah, and his wife was barren and bare not.
God delivered the children of Israel into the hand of the Philistines for 40 years. 40 years. We were delivered into the hand of the Philistines. Why? Because we did evil against God. We forsook God. We abandoned God. Read. And there was a certain man of Zorah.
Of the family of the Danites.
His family of the Danites.
His name was Manoah.
His name was Manoah.
And his wife was barren and bare not.
His wife was barren and bare not. Manoah had a wife. She couldn't conceive. She couldn't have babies. Right? Read.
And the angel of the Lord appeared unto the woman and said unto her, Behold now, thou art barren.
You're barren and bearest not.
But thou shalt conceive and bear a son.
But thou shalt conceive and bear a son.
Now therefore beware. I pray
thee.
And drink not wine nor strong
Don't drink wine nor strong drink.
And eat not any unclean thing.
Don't eat anything that is unclean.
For lo, thou shalt conceive and bear a son. And no razor shall come on his head. You should conceive
and bear a son. And don't put no razor to his head, and no razor shall come upon his head.
For the child shall be a Nazarite. Unto God. From the womb. And he shall begin to
Which means this child was ordained and chosen by God from in the womb.
Personally chosen.
From in the stomach. Before the child was born, the child was chosen by God to accomplish a certain job. Read.
For the child shall be a Nazarite unto God from the womb, and he shall begin to deliver Israel out of the hand of the Philistines. Then the woman came and told her husband, saying, A man of God came unto me, and his countenance was like the countenance of an angel. A man of God
came to me, and his countenance was what?
It was like the countenance of an angel of God.
Countenance was like the angel of God. Read.
Very terrible.
Very terrible, which means he wasn't nothing pretty. He wasn't nothing pretty to look at. His countenance was a ferocious and terrible countenance. It was a hard countenance. That's right.
But I asked him not whence he was. Neither told me his name.
He said, I didn't ask him where he came from, and he didn't tell me his name.
But he said unto me,
all these names, certain names is recovered and known, but some names aren't recovered. Most of them aren't. Read.
But he said unto me, Behold, thou shalt conceive and bear a son.
So now she's reiterating everything to her husband Manoah, right? Go ahead, read.
And now drink no wine,
don't drink no wine, no strong drink.
Neither eat any unclean.
Don't eat anything unclean.
For the child shall be a Nazarite to God from the womb to the day of his death. Then Manoah entreated the Lord and said, O my Lord, let the man of God which thou didst send come again unto us and teach us what shall we do unto the child that shall be born. And God hearkened to the voice of Manoah. And the angel of God came again unto the woman as she sat in the field. But Manoah, her husband, was not with her.
Now the angel appeared unto Manoah's wife again. But at this point in time, when the angel appeared to Manoah, Manoah wasn't there. So she had to go get her husband to bring him back. Read.
And the woman made haste and ran and showed her husband and said unto him, Behold, the man hath appeared unto me that came unto me the other day. And Manoah arose and went after his wife, and came to the man and said unto him, Art thou the man that spake?
Art thou the man that spake unto the woman?
And he said, I am.
He said, I am.
And Manoah said, Now let
your words come to pass.
How shall we order this child? And how shall we do
unto him?
And the angel of the Lord said unto Manoah, Of all that
now before he told Manoah, look what he asked him. He said, Of all that I said unto the woman, let her beware, let her observe. Which means let her take it into consideration. Allow her to do it.
Allow her to listen to this.
Because the angel of God also realized, and you can't come in between the commandments of the laws of God. This is my woman. Whether you're an angel or not, you can't command my woman to do nothing if I don't allow it. You can't tell my woman to do something that you want and I didn't allow it. And the angel and God realizes that. I read. He says, so she may not eat of anything. She may not eat of anything that cometh of the vine.
Neither let her drink
Neither
wine,
let her drink wine
or strong
drink.
Nor eat any
unclean thing.
All that I commanded her, let her observe.
All that I commanded her, let her observe.
And Manoah said unto the angel of the Lord,
I pray thee,
let us detain
thee
until we have made
ready a kid for thee.
And the angel of the Lord said unto Manoah,
now he wants to cook. He said, let me make ready a kid, bake this, cook this up for you so you can eat, and we feed you. I mean, read. So now he said, and the angel of the Lord said unto Manoah, though thou detain me, I will not eat of thy bread. And if thou wilt offer a burnt offering, thou must offer it unto God. I don't want it. Do not send and do no offering in honor of me. That don't belong to me.
Yep.
See, one thing about that realm, they didn't accept nothing that wasn't for them. This is not for me. This is not me accepting this. I'm trying to take God's position.
Right.
The glory go to God. That burnt offering go to God. Don't send that to me. Dedicate no offering to me, because you're going to get me confounded and pushed away by the Creator. He said, and if thou wilt offer a burnt offering, thou must offer it unto the Lord. For Manoah knew not that he was an angel of the Lord. And Manoah said unto the angel of God, what is thy name? That when thy sayings come to pass, we may do thee honor. Because the custom and the type of thinking, the way these people thought, when a person did good for you, they sought you out to do you good, to repay you for the good that you did for them. Give you honor and glorification. Right? He said, and the angel of the Lord said unto him, why askest thou thus after my name, seeing it is secret? Don't ask my name. Asking for my name is secret. You ain't gonna get that. So Manoah took a kid with a meat offering and offered upon a rock unto the Lord. And the angel did wondrously, and Manoah and his wife looked on. While they did the offering, right? And the smoke and the fire going up to heaven, he said the angel did wondrously. Read this. For it came to pass when the flames went up towards heaven from off the altar, that the angel of the Lord ascended in the flame of the altar. When they went and did that offering, and that fire is going up, the angel went into the flames and went right up and ascended, went up to God. That tell you right there that angels can come down in the form of men, and they could return back to their original form.
That's correct.
Which is what? Spirit. He said, but the angel of the Lord did no more appear to Manoah and to his wife. Then Manoah knew that he was an angel of the Lord. And Manoah said unto his wife, we shall surely die. We shall surely die. That's what he said, because we have seen God. But his wife said unto him, if the Lord were pleased to kill us, he would not have received the burnt offering and the meat offering at our hands. Now he has showed us all these things, nor would as at this time have told us such things as these. So there is a certain time in life when the woman speaks right. There is a certain time in life where the woman speaks and say wise things that we need to take heed to. Right? You just can't be too stubborn to hearken. You're a woman. Hey, listen, why you say, well, what do you mean? Because she's a woman, you can't hearken. If she's saying something right, you can. Now, The reason why God accepted their offering was because Manoah was accepted. God would not have accepted that offering if Manoah was not accepted. God accepted their offering because he was accepted. God will accept your prayer. And this goes for man and woman.
That's right.
When you bend the knee and you take up a certain posture that God has ordained to set up prayers before God, you don't know whether it's accepted or not. Determines on your actions and your lifestyle.
That's right.
If your lifestyle is towards God, if your lifestyle is holy enough or towards or comparable to what God says, now you will be able to determine whether my prayer was accepted by God or not. It all determines on your lifestyle. How clean, how clean of a lifestyle you're living. All right? It said, and the woman bare a son and called his name Samson. And the child grew, and the Lord blessed him. And the Spirit of the Lord began to move him at times in the camp of Dan between Zorah and Eshtaol. And now we're going to go to Isaiah. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 38. Isaiah chapter 38. You got Isaiah chapter 38? All right, Thomas.
In those days was Hezekiah sick unto death. And Isaiah,
Okay, now. Do we know who Hezekiah is?
Okay.
Hezekiah was a king in Israel. And at this point in time, Hezekiah got real sick unto death. He got sick unto death, towards death, like he about to croak, he about to die, man. Right? And Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amos, came unto him and said unto him, the prophet came to Isaiah, and look what he told him. He said, thus saith the Lord, set thine house in order. You know what set your house in orders? He said, give charges, give orders, command your house. There's certain commands and orders that a father will command his house. Don't do this, don't do the other. Make sure this get done. Make sure this is done. Look, parents have their own commands. Besides the commandment and the laws and the charges that God charged you with, parents have their own commands that they look towards their child, the children, to accomplish. Right? So he says, set that house in order, for thou shalt die and not live. He said, thou shalt die and not live. He said, man, you about to die, man. You're not going to live. He says, command your house, charge your house. Okay? So now look what Hezekiah says. Then Hezekiah turned his face towards the wall and prayed unto God. Come a time, look, the man was so sick he couldn't even get out of his bed. He couldn't even get out of his bed. So the first thing he did, he said, oh man, this guy didn't say, he said, man, command your house, I'm about to die. The man turned to, King Hezekiah turned towards the wall and said, he said, remember now, O Lord, I beseech thee how I have walked before thee in truth. These are things that you can tell God and tell God about certain things. The woman too. Y'all can say certain things that will cause God's attention to turn towards you. Cause God to have mercy towards you. Right? So, it's okay. So, what is certain things that a woman can say? Oh Lord God, I have served gods of wood and stone and lived in the ways and the customs of these gods by acknowledging their celebrations and their festivities. But when you brought this man in my life that caused me to understand, that caused me to know who is God, who is the true and living God, you can say, well, I ain't never turned back.
That's right.
I ain't never looked back. Have mercy upon me, O Lord, for that. And that right there alone will cause God. You got to know how to pray to God. You got to know what to say and certain things, what to say to the Creator. That's a heavy thing to say, because these are things that God acknowledges. You have to have time and grade in to say certain things in that form and fashion, in that manner. Since the day that you showed me, oh Lord, that this was not right.
Thy handmaiden has not.
Thine handmaiden, because all women refer to themselves as handmaiden when they're concerning a man or God. He said, thine handmaiden has not returned back. God will deliver you for that, man. He will deliver you. Thomas, he said, remember now, Lord, I beseech thee, how I have walked before thee in truth and with a perfect heart. Perfect. There's two words. The word for perfect is tamim. It means perfect. But it doesn't say tamim. When you look in the Hebrew, it says shalem. You know what shalem covers? Covers a bigger, wide stretch. Shalem means complete. Complete means all barriers are covered. No openings for anything against God to enter. Everything is complete. Your whole surroundings is complete. 360. Everything is complete. There is no opening. There is no breach for iniquity to enter, because the barriers, all barriers around me is closed.
That's how you become perfect.
Right. I am not complete. I'm going to be true for you.
True.
I'm not complete, and I am not perfect. I want to be complete. I'm trying to be complete. I'm trying to be perfect with God. So that's why you see certain times in life where you get weak. But then the thing is, and the key to that is, don't stay in that position, in that weak state. Pick yourself up, brush it back off, and push forward. I ain't perfect. Nobody's perfect. Yeah, I transgress. Yeah, I sin. Yeah, I do things that's wrong. But I tell you one thing. The good that I have in me, and God see the determination. God can acknowledge and see the determination in you. We all got good in us. That's why we still here. That's why we still here and still pushing, trying to seek that level of perfection with God. Perfection don't come right away. Realize that. Perfection don't come overnight. To be shalem, to be complete, to cover all barriers, that don't come overnight. That comes with on yourself. And I can say this, and we can say this, that we are working on ourselves. I'm working on myself. And in working on yourself, guess what? I'm a slip. This slips and slides here. Hey, gotta catch it. Like one time my father was walking around in Converses, and it was winter time, him and Prince Zachariah, and they both got on Converses in 5 inches of snow. So once they went into to Met, they walk in the supermarket, they start sliding. He said, hey, come here, what happened, man? He starts sliding all over the place. Him and Zachariah. Why I say that, I'll give that in comparison to when you're striving for perfection with God, you're going to slip and slide sometimes. But it's up to you to correct it. Pull yourself back up and get focused. Don't stay in that down state. Nobody's perfect. I'm looking for the perfect woman. You're not going to find her. There is no perfect woman. And guess what? There is no perfect man. It's all up to you to deal with the person or with this woman that has that. Okay. I'm not going to say the determination to serve God because you don't know God. You don't know who God is. But you have a certain amount of good in you that you will hearken to me. Certain qualities in you that will allow you to hearken and believe what I'm saying to you, that it is facts. And because of what I'm telling you, you also increase your belief in God by reading the book. And in time, not now, not later, but in time, God will open you up and show you the severity and the importance of serving Him, the severity and the importance of doing these laws, commandments, and statutes. It don't come right away. You may not see it now, you may not see it later, but God is proving you to see if you're going to stay grounded in these laws, if you're going to stay in these ways. We all being proved by God. I'm being proved by God. We all being proved and put through the tests and trials to see how fervent, see if we are gonna endure in what we said. We're gonna stand firm in what we said. Okay, that's perfect, and have done that which is good in thy sight. And Hezekiah wept sore. You heard what he told God? He said, now, wait, hold on. The word perfect, shalem, it means complete. It means all barriers are covered, no openings for anything against God to enter. All right? No time for second thoughts. No time for guessing. I don't have no time for second guessing and second thoughts, because in second guessing and second thoughts you have doubt. You start doubting. You start doubting. And when you start doubting, you fail. When you start doubting, when you have doubt, you will not be here for long. You're going to go because you have doubts. Next thing, you become atheist. I don't know. I don't see. I know there's a God, but I just can't see myself doing none of this because I see things. You're a fool. You're a fool. There is a God, and there's only one way that God has prescribed for man to live. Why I say man? Because the man will instill these ways in his family, in his wife, and his woman, and in his children. What it's up to. Okay? Now, he said, verse 4. Then came the
word of the Lord to Isaiah, saying, Go and say to Hezekiah, the God of David, thy father.
The God of David, thy father.
I have heard thy prayer.
I heard your prayer.
I have seen thy tears.
I've seen your tears.
I will add unto thy
days. He said, all right. I heard your prayer. He said, I've seen your tears. You know what sparked God to hear that prayer? Those words that he told him. He said, I was perfect. He said, I was perfect. He said, I walked before you in truth and with a perfect heart. And I've done that which was good in thy sight. I did everything you said, Lord. And you're going to kill me? You're going to take my life from me? God heard it because what he said stood as truth, which means when you speak truth out of your heart to God, it draws his attention towards you because we're dealing with a God with pity and compassion and mercy. And he don't change. He has compassion, man. So he gonna look towards you. And look what he did. He done added 15 years to Hezekiah's life. Tom Sheep.
Verse 6. And I will deliver thee in this city out of the hand of the king.
I'm going to deliver you out of the king of Assyria.
And will defend this city.
The city.
There shall be a sign unto thee from the Lord, that the Lord will do this thing that he has spoken. Behold, I will bring again the shadow of the degrees. Which is going down. In the sundial of Ahaz. 10 degrees backwards. So the sun returned 10 degrees, by which degrees it was going down.
You see what God did? Like I told you, man. You see this
By the command
particular,
of God. Mhm.
you see that? There, like I said, man, there is a set time
Set
for everything to happen in life. There is a set time for me to die.
That's right.
I could either speed it and I could either back it up. According, I can extend it or shorten it just with my actions.
Right.
Apparently, King Hezekiah extended his days
Right.
because of his actions with God. And you can also shorten your days according to your actions that is against God. But everything happens at its set time that God had it set. Everything.
The writing of Hezekiah, king of Judah, when he had been sick and was recovered of his sickness. I said,
Uh-oh.
cutting off of
Wait a minute. It says the writings of King Hezekiah, king of Judah, when he had been sick
and was recovered
and was restored
Uh-huh.
of his sickness. No, not recovered, and lived of his sickness. Right? Go ahead.
I said, in the cutting off of my days,
in the cutting off of my days,
I shall go to the gates of the grave.
I shall go to the gates of the grave. The grave, when you die and you going down into Sheol, you going down into the pit. He said, you're gonna run into the gates of death, where all spirits go through. And there's levels. It said the level and the portion of the righteous should not rest upon the level or the portion of the wicked. God don't put a righteous spirit or a righteous man's spirit to be right next with an evildoer. No, they have certain levels. You have a realm and a certain level where the righteous spirit of God goes, and you have a level where the evil spirits goes, right? He said, grave. He said, I am what? I am deprived of the residue of my years. When I looked that up, right? You know what I came up with? The word deprive. This is heavy. It blew my mind. He said, I am deprived, right? The word for deprived is paquad. Pay, quoth, dalit. Paquad means punish, right? He said, I am punished, right? Of the residue, of the residue meaning the remainder, right? The remainder, right? Of what? Of my years.
Of my years, yeah.
Where's that part? No, I'm talking about. I have a part here written down. Okay. Now, I don't think I wrote it down. I'll cover it with no open boom boom. Deprived, punished. No, that's not the part. Okay. He said, I am punished, right? For the remainder of my years. For the rest of my years that I'm living, I'm punished, right? Read.
I said, I shall not see the Lord.
Uh-huh.
Even the Lord in the land of the living. I shall behold no.
He said, I shall not see the Lord. He said, I ain't gonna see God. He said, even the Lord in the land of the living. I ain't gonna see God while I'm living. He said, but when I'm dead, that's when we all is gonna see how God looks. All right? I behold man no more with the dwellings of the earth. Read.
Mine age is departed.
My age is
It
departed.
is removed from me as a shepherd's tent.
Uh-huh.
I have cut off like a weaver my life.
Uh-huh.
He will cut me off with pining sickness.
He will cut me off with pining sickness.
From day even to night wilt thou make an end of me.
Uh-huh.
I reckon till morning that as a lion, so will he break all my bones.
Uh-huh.
From day even to tonight wilt thou make an end of me.
Uh-huh.
Like a crane or a swallow, so did I chatter.
Uh-huh.
I did mourn as a dove. Mine eyes fail with looking upward. O Lord, I am oppressed. Undertake for me. What shall I say? He hath both
So,
spoken.
Lord, what verse you at?
That was 14.
Okay, go ahead.
Right, 15 then.
Read.
What shall I say? He hath both spoken unto me, and himself hath done it. I shall go softly all my years.
I shall go softly. When you go softly, you bring ease, you bring comfort. You ain't violent. That's when you go softly. He said, I shall read.
Yeah. O Lord, by these things men live, and in all these things is the life of my spirit. So wilt thou recover me and make me to live. Behold, for peace I had great bitterness.
Behold, for peace I had great bitterness.
But thou hast in love to my soul.
All right, that's what I wanted to get to. Okay, he said, but thou hast in love to my soul. The word for love, it don't mean love. The word for love is kashak. Het shin kuf. It means to be attached. So in the Hebrew pronunciation, it means thou art attached to my soul. You know what he said to God? How was he able to tell that God is attached to his soul, to his spirit? He said, God has cleaved to my spirit. Thou art attached to my soul. Right? Read.
But thou hast in love to my soul, delivered it from the pit.
It don't say that. He said, thou art attached to my soul that had delivered it to corruption. In the Hebrew, it says, Mishakat Beli. Thou art attached to my soul that is without corruption. Without corruption.
But thou hast cast all my sins behind thy back.
Thou hast cast. You see what caused my spirit to be without corruption? You see what caused me not to be corrupt? When God has erased or got rid of all the man's sins. That's what brought the attachment of God to him. Because there was no sin found in the man. There was no iniquity found in this king. He said, man, I did all your laws, all your commandments, and I did everything that was right in your eyes. And that's what caused God to be attached to King Hezekiah. Tom, see?
For the grave cannot praise thee.
For the grave cannot praise thee.
Death cannot celebrate thee.
Death cannot celebrate you.
They that go down into the pit.
They that go down to the pit cannot hope for thy truth.
The living. The living. He shall praise thee as I do this day. The father to the children shall make known thy truth. The Lord was ready to save me. Therefore, we will sing my songs to the string instruments all the days of our life in the house of the Lord. For Isaiah has said, let them take a lump of figs and lay it for a plaster upon the boil, and he shall recover.
He shall recover.
Hezekiah also has said, what is the sign that I shall go up to the house of the Lord?
And with that, I already got what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker. Next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mikhail Van Lepp.
Praises to the God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob. Due respect to my father, my teacher, and the leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo. Due respect to Chief Men, Prince Men, mothers in Israel, brothers and sisters. I bid you out of the tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Mikhail.
First, we're going to go to the book of the Psalms. Okay. Psalms 1. 128. It said, blessed is everyone that feareth the Lord. So everybody can't be walking around talking about they blessed. People don't fear the Lord. Once you don't fear God, you can't be blessed. So all that stuff about blessed, you're not blessed. He said that walking in his ways is his commandments. And what you find in the Old Testament that God approve of, or he talks highly of, that's his ways. All right? There's no Israelite supposed to be walking around. He say, shalom, ma, bless. You gotta leave that alone. Leave that for other people. Leave that for the people in the nations that are out here. It says, blessed is everyone that feareth the Lord, that walketh in his ways. Okay? All the blessing came from God and parents, like the father. Okay? And when something went down good, we bless God's name. That's who was blessed. That's who we blessed. God's name. Blessed be the name of the God that did this, that didn't allow this to happen. He said, for thou shalt eat the labor of thine hands. You're going to eat the labor of your hands. Being that you fear God and you're blessed of God and you walk in God's ways, your labor of your hands, you're going to enjoy it. So for them back then, once they grow and sow and reap and sow and all with their crops, everything that they put there, they're going to enjoy it. The Moabites not going to come and take it from them. Because that's what was going down in the time of Jephthah. The Ammonites, they coming and they going to take all the food. Another time the Moabites came and one brother had to thresh wheat by the wine press. He had to hide because the wine presses are big. He had to go behind there and thresh his wheat by the wine presses because at any given time the Moabites could come in your land, come to your house, and take whatever they want.
Happy shall thou be, and it shall be well with thee.
Happy shall thou be. That's when you're going to be happy. This is why a lot of people are not happy. This is why people are miserable. This is why. Because there's nobody walking in his ways, so nobody's fearing him. And if you're not fearing him and walking in his ways, he's not going to bless you. So you don't get to enjoy what you do, what you put out. Right. You don't get back what you're supposed to get back, what you put out. All right? He said, and you're not going to be happy. Most of this world is on drugs. Right or wrong?
Right.
Most of this world is messed up in the head. More depression, down, sorrowness, grief. These things, here's another one, PTSD. All these things come from God. These are things that affect your brain and your feelings, your emotions negatively. And they wear you down. They wear you down. And they take life from you. He said, thy wife shall be as a fruitful vine by the sides of thine house. You know, as a fruitful vine that growing up by the side of your house. Did you ever see a vine grow on the side of a house?
No.
Yeah, I've seen a vine grow on the side of it. They got it out here. Certain parts of the city and certain parts of the country. You had vines grow on the sides of the house. They run right up from the first floor all the way up. You pick up the window and look out, you can pick a grape right there. That's the access. He said, that's how your wife gonna be. That's, what's the word? Suitably available.
Right there,
easy.
on hand.
Right, because it's gonna grow. She's like a fruitful vine by the sides of thine house. She'll stay close to you. And now she's having your children.
Like
your children
plants.
are gonna be like
round
olive
about
plants
that table.
round about your table. Okay? He said, behold, see now, this is what's gonna make people happy. People have money, a lot of money. Like husband, wife, kids, cars, all that stuff.
Situated in life, got everything.
They ain't happy.
And they're not happy.
The
Why?
wife not happy.
Wife not happy.
Wife-
Husband not
Look,
happy.
And he like, man, what's the problem? I gave you everything you want. You got everything you want. I take care. I do it. This is why. The woman is cool, but look, the man not happy. You know why? Because he not happy with the house he got. He's busy over here with this woman, that woman, running around. He's not happy. Why? Why are they not happy? Because they're not blessed from God. Why are they not blessed? Because these people don't fear God. This is
Man.
what brings happiness.
Mhm.
Oh, you say a happy home and all that stuff.
Bless that.
God will say,
God.
bless the ones that fear God.
Fear God.
If you fear God, you walking in His
Everything else is
ways,
going to set in order.
it's going to be in order. And that's how the blessing
God will
comes.
set everything in order.
That's how it comes. So that's why nobody's happy. That's why this guy's depressed. That's why she's depressed. That's why so much people look. And these things bring what you say, situations.
Yeah.
It brings death.
When you,
It brings all
when you
these
fear
things.
God,
And when you
the
fear God,
commandments is done.
it's
So
done.
situations.
It's going to be switched. It's not going to be over there. And everybody's going to be happy. He said, behold, verse 4.
Behold,
Uh-huh.
that thus shall the man be blessed that feareth the Lord.
He said, no. This is a statement. This is a
Uh-huh.
declaration, meaning that's what's going to happen to someone who God blesses.
Mhm.
Okay?
The Lord shall bless thee out of Zion, and thou shalt see the good of Jerusalem all the days of thy life.
Now, look, the blessing that come out of Zion, that was supposed to be for Israel.
Mm-hmm.
We ain't getting blessed out of Zion.
No.
That's why I say certain things you read in this book, it was for them then, and it happened already. Okay? He said, and thou shalt see the good of Jerusalem all the days of thy life. I never see Jerusalem. For me to see Jerusalem, I gotta go on YouTube. Or I gotta literally go over there. That's the only, for me to see Jerusalem, you know what that means? The temple. Y'all gonna have the kingdom there. Everything's gonna be there, it's set up straight, and it's not gonna be removed.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I say it. What's in Jerusalem right now is not what God put there. God didn't put none of that stuff that's in Jerusalem there now. The temple is gone. The temple is gone. The last wall is still standing.
Mm.
And they have turned that into an idol.
Mm.
I'm not going to that wall and pray to the wall
No.
and put messages in the wall. They don't turn that into idolatry. It said, the Lord shall bless thee out of Zion, thou shalt see the good of Jerusalem all the days of thy life. Yea, thou shalt see thy children's children, and peace upon Israel. See, we say a lot of these songs, right?
Uh-huh.
And don't know what they mean. Don't even understand how blessings and curses work.
Occurs. How
Okay?
it happens.
How it happens. How can you invoke these things upon myself?
How can you stay away and
How
refrain?
how to avert them? How to deal with a person that you can see? That's what they're about. It's not just for us to be saying it. We have to understand what we're reading. So all these things come upon a person who fears God, or that is accepted. The trials that Job went through.
Uh-huh.
Why? Why he went through all that stuff? Because God estimated him at high value.
Uh-huh.
He was esteemed of a high value.
He was a high value man.
Highly valued man in the eyes
In
of
the
the
eyes
Lord.
of God.
May not be in your eyes,
May not be
or
high
my
value in your
eyes,
eyes.
or this guy's eyes, but in God's eyes,
He was
he
high
said
value.
he is he's in all of the earth. He said Job was right. He was the number one dude. He said, what you think about him? You ain't saying nothing about him. He said, I can't.
Mm-hmm.
I can't test him. I can't get up on him and make him do things because you got him blocked up. The hedge. A defensive mechanism to evilness out.
Mm-hmm.
Of what? Evilness out of his brain. From out of his heart, his brain and his heart, his thoughts and his feelings. Your thoughts and your feelings go together.
That's right.
Okay? Your thoughts and your feelings go together. So when it's talking about your heart, it's talking about your mind. Okay? And you go by your emotions. They go together. Okay? So remember that part there. Blessed is everyone that fears God and walk in his ways.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's going to have everybody happy.
That's right.
If it's not done this way, there will be kinks. And even then, you still going to be happy.
That's right.
You're going to be like Job. Job went through it. Job lost children. Look. He ain't just get hit up. He lost, it was a lot of death in his family, man. Not just one person died. All his children, his servants. Only one servant was left alive. Only one shepherd was left alive.
Mm-hmm.
And his wife. So it's him, his wife, one worker, another servant. Everybody else dead.
Yeah.
The cattle dead.
Mm-hmm.
Everything gone. All his money gone.
Everything.
Mm-hmm.
He lost
Yeah.
everything.
That man lost everything
Everything.
God gave him in one day.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, he got hit up. And it don't say how long he was like that. He was like that for a while.
Yep.
For a very long time. Okay? So this is the thing. What you said, patience.
That's right.
People don't have the ungodly doesn't have patience. Now, the children of Israel, the reason why they didn't see it, they didn't catch certain things, because they were heathens.
That's right.
What made them acceptable to God was the promise that God made to Abraham, kept with Isaac and Jacob. So, all right, cool. But look, these guys don't have the mind of godly people.
No.
They had the mind of heathens. So that's why they didn't get it. If you give a heathen certain rules and say, well, look, on this day, you got to do this, that, and the third, they're not going to take it seriously and believe anything.
No.
Right or wrong?
No.
You're going to have to stay on top of them. A person who's just coming in from out there and want to learn, you got to watch them.
You got to watch him. You got
Right
to
or
be
wrong?
watched. You got to be watched.
Because
you got to be watched.
you tell them the rules, you tell them how it
just
goes.
coming in.
You just coming in, you're not taking it that seriously. Because you have other ways in you.
That
You
need
still
to-
have
you need to
ways.
get rid of.
They didn't get rid of those ways. Israel didn't get rid of those ways yet. So
Not cool.
don't read it and look at them and say, oh man, what was wrong with them? They're heathens. You're being introduced to something
New.
that you don't know. And it's new and it's strange. See, but what God wanted was blind allegiance. He wanted them to believe him without asking questions.
That's right. Without proof.
Okay? They had to learn by trial and error.
That's right.
Okay? That's how God is. There's no room for in between. There's no room for that. Right now, we're going to go to the book of the law now. We're going to go to Leviticus chapter 19.
Huh?
Leviticus 19.
Leviticus.
And I told one brother this week, I said, listen, man, you can go all over the book, but the base and the source of everything is the first 5 books where the law is at. This is the source, and this is the opening to show you how God get down, what he requires of you, and his ways. In doing these commandments, you will find these things out.
That's right.
Okay? When God appeared to Abraham, he said, walk before me and be thou perfect. He didn't become perfect right then and there.
Abraham. No.
He wasn't perfect. He said, walk before me and be perfect. So you know what I mean? He got walk before me. You know what that means? Walk before God in the commands I'm about to give you.
That's right.
I'm about to give you a whole bunch of stuff here, right? Walk before me, live in this way, and be perfect. You know what that means? Once you walk like this, you're going to be perfect.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have to turn into something. Okay? And at a certain point of his life, God came in and said, yo, your name ain't Abram no more.
Right.
It's Abraham.
Abraham.
So it took time and steps to get to where he was at. And then it came to pass that the Most High told Abraham, get your son Isaac, your son Isaac that you love, and bring him to the mountain that you met me before on and sacrifice him to me. You know what he's telling him to do? Kill him. Sacrifice him The son I gave you that you love.
The test.
You know what the test was? This is what he was looking, the same reaction that Abraham gave, right?
Right.
That's what God was looking for from his children. Same God then, when Abraham's time, same God then in Israel's time. He's looking for that same reaction, right? And Abraham did everything God said. Okay? Everything. We wasn't there, and it's not detailed how God ran into him and what he told him, right? But God said, after Abraham died, he said to Isaac, he said, yo, man, because your father, he obeyed my charge, my voice, my commandments, my statutes, my judgments. So now you got him here, we got to swim in it. We got to swim in it until it becomes, I have to keep going over this thing on every day in all my life until it becomes me. Because I got stuff in me that's blocking this.
Right.
That's the evil seed that Chief Shammah talk about. That's grown in man. Right?
Mm-hmm.
We have to be able to identify it.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times I'm in my own world. I don't identify it because there's so much sin. So that's what these laws is about.
That's right.
Now, if I listen to all Israelites in America, I won't be doing none of these commandments.
Mm-hmm.
I won't be doing a lot of them. Because the ones that we can keep, they say you can't keep it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, no, you can't keep that. Everywhere is unclean. Everything is unclean. So I can't have clean things in my house? That's what you're saying? Oh, you don't know who tried to, yo, listen, man, why are you trying to discourage me?
Mm-hmm.
Why are you trying to discourage the person that's listening?
Yeah.
If you don't want to do it, go.
Yeah.
This is what people do. They didn't do that. Abraham didn't do that. Abraham didn't question God. Only one thing he asked God, he said, well, I only got this Eliezer of Damascus here.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
He said, oh, don't worry about that. At this time next year, your wife gonna be pregnant. And guess what? She over here laughing right now. You're gonna call his name Hitchcock because she laughed.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's all Abraham asked. He didn't say, well, why? How?
Mm-hmm.
See, this is where the word science come in at.
Mm-hmm.
Leave that stuff alone, man. Israelites are not supposed to be questioning the commandments.
That's right.
Just do it. God wants us to do it.
That's right.
Oh, well, I'm going to sit up here and tell you how this thing came to be. That's not my job. It's to show Israel their abominations.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he told the prophet. Okay?
That's right.
There's no way we in a blessed state. The only blessing that we got is to be able to serve God wherever we living at now.
That's right.
That's how it go down. That's the only blessing alive right now.
Mm-hmm.
To be able to serve God, okay? And still recognize in this day and time, when all evil and idolatry has taken over, we are able to still recognize who the most true and living God is, the only one, and what he requires of us, and what will make him pleased.
That's right.
So that's the blessing. Look, it's a privilege. It's a privilege. It said, the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the congregation
Children of Israel,
uh-huh,
and say unto them,
uh-huh,
ye shall be holy,
ye shall be holy.
for I, the Lord your God, am holy.
Now, all the rest of the laws that come after this in this chapter, you cannot do it unless you become holy. To become holy is to drop everything that God say is no good.
Right.
Okay? If you're a convert, you got to forget and eject what you grew up learning and teaching and what you grew up being taught, how you grew up, all the things that you celebrated, all the days that you commemorated, your actions, things that you meant to do, right? Things that you do in your lifestyle. that you put your heart into it. Now you got to stop that. Here comes a God that you don't know. You don't know what he looked like. Okay? Look, at least the children of Israel know what he sound like. You don't even know what he sound like. He ain't coming talking to you out no cloud. What you saying, King James? King James, God made that man do this. Okay? And here, no. You killed my prophets. If it wasn't for me, you would have killed Moses and Aaron. So guess what now? Hold on to this. You can't say you don't know. You still can't say you know. But since you're a hard person, and Israel is such a hard people,
To deal
God
with it.
gonna give it to you hard. Because you're a hard people to manage. Difficult to manage.
Right.
That's what God said. These people are difficult to manage.
Yeah.
I might as well kill them. They won't listen.
That's right.
It's taken a very long time for them to believe me. But you know what did that? Egypt. And that's why, and God knows this. I'm not saying something that God don't know. That's why God forgave them in the wilderness. You know that, right? Moses would entreat with them and he would forgive them and back up off with them. Because those 10 times that they tempted God was 10 times they was going to all get wiped out.
Right.
Every time the plague came out, it was to wipe everybody out because you're too close to God. I don't make myself close to you and now y'all doing this. No. Wipe out. And the name, Moses said, no, God, your name.
He thought about
Forget us.
He thought
Forget
about his
everything.
name.
God's name alone is most important.
Most important.
Yes.
Can't allow
It's more
people
important than
to
us.
badmouth God.
That's why we're not supposed to have egos and personalities, big personalities dealing with this. That's why he tell the king, you gotta read this every day. So why? Why you have to read it? Why the king gotta read it every day?
So it's hard. You gotta
It's a
lift it up.
special. No. You're not the king. He's the king, right? You reading it every day gonna affect you a certain way. But he's the king. He's in a different status. So he's high. So this is gonna keep him humble before God. So it's everybody calling everybody kings now. Yo, man. There's these sayings, my beloved, king and queen, all that stuff. You know where it come from, man? 5% nation, the 5%ers. We used to call them nickels. That's their terms. That's their slang. That's their language. That's the words that they use to identify what God they serve and who they deal with. Israel have a problem with always, they could never have their own. And God done told you already in Numbers 25, Israel shall not be reckoned amongst the nations. Reckon means to be recognized. You are so busy wanting to be recognized by everybody but God. That's why you do things to get heathen attention, right? Right? But you don't do the things to get God attention. That's the problem. I see that a lot in the young ones in Israel. The ones from adolescent to 25 years old.
Right.
A lot of waywardness, a lot of stubbornness, a lot of rebelliousness.
Yeah.
A lot of it, man. A lot of it. I see a lot of disrespect towards their mother and fathers. In this generation that's called Israel today. It's worse. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. Time sheet.
You shall fear every man his mother and his father.
Now that you're
And
holy,
keep my Sabbaths.
now you say you shall fear. Have to be afraid of your mother and your father. I don't have to go into depth in that. Be afraid. Man, you don't have enough fear. Some don't have none. Some have it, some don't. That's all I can say. All right. I shouldn't have to be saying, no, man, you don't hear, I shouldn't have to break down nothing that your father and mother said to you, and you shouldn't have to break down nothing that your father and mother said to you. You understand what I'm saying?
That's right.
I shouldn't have to leash you, and you shouldn't have to leash me.
That's right.
Because their word is supposed to be solid to you, even if you don't agree. And see, that's your little test right there. So you know what? Shake that. What my man said, rub it on your chest, like ointment. Rub it in. Take it. Take the reprimand, rub it in. Take the rebuke, rub it in. That's how you're able to accept. That's how you are able to accept who you're supposed to honor.
Right.
You can't keep bucking it, man. And if the tough guys can accept, the untough guys can accept. I'm seeing people who can't handle themselves in war talk tough to their father and their mother. No good, man. You can't be holy. You can't serve God and not serve your father and mother. You can't honor God and not honor your parents, or honor your parents and not honor God. They don't go together.
Don't go together.
God just told you, you shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy. Right? Now that you are separated, all you didn't even start doing these commandments yet. What you did was made up your mind to stop doing what you know. You made it say, okay, these things are wrong. God said, all right, I stop. And keep myself into doing these things.
Mm-hmm.
That's when the fear for every man, he said, every man, you shall fear every man on this planet. Supposed to fear their father and their mother. And there's Israelites right now. I don't speak to my mother. I don't speak to my father.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what? I don't want you around me.
That's right.
I don't care if you're Israelite, heathen. When you're like that with your parents, I don't want nothing to do with you. You're worthless to me. What can you do for me? How you gonna look at me? You hate the ones that you came from.
Okay.
You can't say you love God.
That's right.
There are your first examples of God. Because you don't know God when you were a baby. Who you know? You don't even know your father. You know your mother. That's the first one you get.
That's
to
the
know.
first one you meet.
You get to know her.
Yeah.
Stop acting. You act like you ain't been. What she said? She said, this boy acting like I ain't breastfed him. She said, he acting like I ain't breastfed him. He acting like he wasn't here. Now you big, you got a lot to say. She said, I'll break you down.
That's heavy.
She said, I'll hire somebody to
Those
break you
are
down.
heavy
I
words
heard
right
that
there.
this week from a mother. She
She
said, boy he acting like I ain't breastfed him. You acting like you didn't come from her. You acting like you wasn't swimming in me. And I didn't you act like you didn't come from my loins.
Nigga, I pushed you out. That's what they said.
So she said, oh, man, I push you out. That's what the mother said, man, I push you out.
Pushed you out.
I damn near died pushing you out.
Okay.
Some of them die pushing you.
God put it, and that's something that they got to deal with. They go through a lot
Of
Look,
changes.
man. I used to look at I used to feel sorry for them. For 1 minute, they're good. The next minute, sick, moody, crying, don't know why she crying. Holy sorrow, that's sorrow. That's the sorrow part. And the pain and the labor that God put on the woman. You have a whole human being inside of you, juicing everything off of you. No, you're going to listen to me, boy. I nearly died having you, man. Most women, and today, their bodies are not fit like back then, right? A lot of times, man, a woman can get diseases and sicknesses just from getting pregnant. Diabetes, high blood pressure. I can go on and on. Look, the kid will come out good. And she messed up. Some of them want to stand up. How can the baby want to stand up? How you going to get out now? Some of them don't want to come out. Some of them get stuck.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them die in the tubes. All these things, man. Okay? I read in the book and said, yo, man, because the whole time she had you, her life was in danger because of the curse of God. So you gotta give it up. That's why God said, honor your father and your mother, man. You don't know what they went through with me. Okay? You don't know what they went through with me. Okay? They could have killed you. I could have killed you. And they going through stuff to have you. Now you gotta give it to me because there's no way you're gonna even get to honor anything about God if you can't get it with your father and your mother.
That's right.
Let it go. Let it go and start accepting. Then that's your practice to accept what God say. Do you understand that? That's why he said honor your father and your mother. Because that's practice. Because now when you do that, you're going to honor what God say. God say honor this, do that, you're going to do it. You shall fear every man his mother and father and keep my Sabbaths. They go together. They go together. He said, I am the Lord your God.
Turn ye not unto idols.
Don't follow the ways of the people. Don't follow the rules and the custom of the people that bow down and worship idols. That's how you turn to an idol. Oh, I ain't doing that. Ain't no idols in here. I don't bow down to no idols. Yeah, but you live the customs of the people who bow down to the idol. You dress like them. You eat like them. You celebrate things that they celebrate. You have things in common like them.
Mm-hmm.
You get married like them. You get divorced like them. You got baby mamas and daddies like them. Everything is like them. So you turn to their idol. Okay? It said, nor make to yourselves molten gods. So now I can't make, see back then, you made your own God. Okay? You didn't go to other people to serve their God.
Right.
Every family had their own house of gods, their own family gods called Anish. That's how it started. All right? And you took them, molten gods mean it's made of gold, silver, brass, made of metals that have to be melted. Molten come from the word melted. They have to be melted. And then you can form them, like how Aaron made the calf.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? He said, don't make it. He said, don't follow them. Right? That's for the guys that don't have no idols in their house. No, I don't have that. I don't know. And you can't make them. So, I got it here, but I don't bow down to it. No, God don't want you to have it, make it, or turn to it in any form of fashion. Tom Sheep.
And if ye offer a sacrifice of peace offerings unto the Lord, ye shall offer it at your own will.
Just remember, we cannot do sacrifices. According to these laws and these commandments, there are no sacrifices to be done at all.
19 verse 6.
The only time, God will come and set it up again when he's ready, when the time comes. Up until then, sacrifices are done. There are no sacrifices, no oblations to be done. Okay? But this was the rules for the sacrifice. It shall be eaten the same day ye offer it, and on the morrow. And ought remain until the third day, it shall be burnt in the fire. And if it be eaten at all on the third day, it is abominable, it shall not be accepted. Therefore, everyone that eateth it shall bear his iniquity, because he hath profaned the hallowed thing of the Lord. See, the hallowed thing is the sacrifice. What you sacrificing to God is holy. Okay? Everything that you're doing is this is a holy act. Okay? And this thing is because this act is separated towards God. So the thing that I'm offering up to God is holy also. All right? And it belongs to the Lord. It's his sacrifice. Okay? Okay, so yeah. Therefore, everyone that eateth it now, of that sacrifice, that is the animal. Right? It can't go past the third day. See? It can't go past the second day. Because if you keep it to the third day, it's abominable. Now God don't now no, you messed that sacrifice up. It's profane to me. You see, therefore everyone that eateth it shall bear his iniquity. Now when they ate of that on the third day, that was sin. Because He profaned the hallowed thing of the Lord. This ought not to be done with his sacrifice. Once you do something with things that belong to God, that has been anything that belongs to God is set apart. It's holy. So once you go against the rules of that, you profane it, and you bear your own iniquity. That's why the priests, that's why Hophni and Phinehas, that's why God killed them. Because of stuff like this. They weren't going along with the rules and the procedures of the sacrifices, and they were sneaking the young maidens, young virgins. When they come and they get off the uncleanliness, there's an offering that the woman give up. They bring a turtle dove or a pigeon. Okay? These guys, they're supposed to take that, right? And that's her offering. They don't do it. They take them and deflower them, take them somewhere else and have sex with them and take their virginities and send them back out. He's deflowering them. He's making whores out of them. In the temple, in Shiloh, not in the temple, in Shiloh. This is why God cursed Shiloh like that. Because of these guys. He said, yo, man, they kick at my offering. And what he said? What Eli told him? He said, you making people.
So you're causing the people to sin.
Against
God.
To look at God. No, it was like, you're causing the people to despise the offerings of the Lord. No, I ain't bringing my stuff up. They not offering it up to God. They doing their own thing with it, right or wrong.
Mm-hmm.
This is what's going to start. Nah, they're not right over there. I'm going to go over here and start my own stuff over here. Well, nah, I don't go nowhere. I stay home. This is the reason why people are able to make excuses. This is why. Because the heads is not doing the people correctly. The heads back then was not taking the people's offerings and offering it to God so that they will be accepted and that sins and the trespass offerings will be wiped off. They was taking it and selling it. It will come in one door and go out the back door. That's what the mafia do. They take over your store. The stuff come in. They come in one way. They go out the back door. Triple the price, black market style. That's what God was saying. They went after lucre. That's lucre, black market. Sell this thing that costs $5, sell it for $50. Off the record. That's what the priest was doing after a while. It's a lot of cattle coming up here.
Oh, yeah.
It's a lot of shekels, bringing the tights, a lot of wine, corn, oil. All this stuff coming up there. They ain't taking it and heaving it and offering it to God no more. They taking it for themselves. That's what these guys was doing. He said, man, listen, man, you're not supposed to take this. You got to at least wait for it to finish cooking. That's what the man said. He said, nah, give it to me or else I'm going to take it by force. You know what that means? I'm going to take it away violently. God said, nah, man, you kick at my sacrifice. And Eli, you ain't stopping them. You see, they're not listening. You spoke to them. They're not listening. Come on, man. You gotta put a stop to that. So that's why God said, okay, since y'all want to mess around with my sacrifices, my most holy sacrifices, do away with it. There ain't nowhere to go now. There ain't no person to do it for you now. There is no Urim, Tumim. There is no ounces of gold. There's no bread. Where the breastplate at? We don't know. You don't know where these things is at. They're holding the plate that says holiness of the Lord. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All these things, the ephod. Where's the ephod at? They didn't keep making new ephods.
No, they use the same.
Where's the same ephod? Where is it? Where are all these things at? God got them buried. There's nobody holy enough or righteous enough that he could say, well, look, take this and go and do this like he did with Moses. And that ain't the time for it now. The time now is for the rest of this world to live out their days and die and go to judgment. So in the meantime, people like us take advantage of this to crash the party. Because it seems to me that when I'm reading this whole era, nobody's meant to really make it. Really. According to what the prophecy say, everybody that's alive today in this world going to the pit. Unless, and as a nation, forget it. I'm talking individually, right? And I can't say families because families are split too.
Yeah.
You got most families is split. You got half of this family is Israelite, the other half is heathen Christian. That's most Israelites have families like that. Because you have converts. Most Israelites, the first generation of Israelites came from Christianity. They came from Muslim, right or wrong. Okay? So their family is gonna have half. That's why Abraham said, get away from them. Now I really understand why he said that. He said, get away, your father's dead. Get away from your kindred. You are the only one that has the potential to serve God. You're not going to be able to do it living with them. You can't have certain things in your house. They're going to bring it in. Whether they bring it in bold or sneak it in. They're not going to respect your laws. They're not going to have the faith that you had. Okay, and the trust that you have, and you put your hope on God, right? And when you do that with the Most High, it's left alone, right or wrong.
Right.
You go on about your life with it, because now, look, and that's what he wants. He said, "Oh, wow, he ain't stressing that no more. You threw it on me." Nah, he likes that type of stuff. He likes that. Right? He ain't making no crazy move. He ain't going crazy. He throwing it on me. Okay. And if it's suffering, then it's suffering. He accepts that. That's how we're supposed to be moving. This is an opportunity before you die. Come sheep.
When you reap the harvest,
When
you reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy field.
I ain't got no field. I don't have no land. Okay. If you got some land, you got field, I would say practice it. Oh, but he ain't in the land, that don't count. Practice it. Chief, my father first started learning about the uncleanliness laws with the chairs. He didn't get it right at the first time. Right? But the way, all right, he got it wrong. But hey, he stuck to it until he got it right. You understand the mentality? Now God says, oh, well, you know what? I'm going to show him how to do it correctly now. Because they're laughing at him. You see, there's a lot of things. A child don't forget a lot of things, man. Child don't forget a lot of things. I remember what you did, big guy. I remember what you said. I remember what you did. And you go older with that. And take notes of this stuff. Yeah. That's why some guys say, you know what? Kill his sons, kill all his sons, so that he don't grow up and do what? Take revenge. Because he gonna remember. Or somebody gonna say, yo, man, these are the guys that killed y'all. They're raiding. This is the nation. That's why they came against Israel.
Right.
Because their fathers and their people is telling them, yo, man, they got your land. They the ones came and took you. But I say practice it. You ain't gonna be able to take no tights up. You understand what I'm saying? I really doubt you're gonna be able to leave everything there and don't pick it up until the fourth year. It's not designed to go that way now. But I see people have grapevines and apple trees and cherry trees. They don't want nobody to get a cherry or an apple. You're not selling them. You don't even eat them. You just have it for beauty. But somebody's hungry, and they would be satisfied eating a couple of those, a bag of chips or a bag worth of cherries and some apples. But people shoot at them. Get off my property. These things in Israel was open property to anybody who was hungry. You understand what I'm saying? Right. This is the thing. That guy that lived down the block that I don't know, he served God like me. So it's not a problem bringing him in my house. That's why you could do that back then. That's why. You can't do that today.
No.
I gotta watch Israel. I ain't even letting Israelites in my house because they wear stuff that they're not supposed to be wearing. This certain brother, I keep telling him, take that ankh off. He wears an ankh, which is an Egyptian cross. No Hebrew, Jew, or Israelite supposed to be having these emblems and signs on them. You gotta leave that alone. That is the Egyptian cross. Everybody in the world has a cross except children of Israel. You got Coptic crosses, you got Ethiopian crosses, German crosses. You got, what's the one?
Nike.
Lorraine cross. That's the one that's on the Oreo cookie. That's why we don't eat Oreo cookies, because it has a cross on it. It looked like an antenna, right or wrong. But it's called a Lorraine cross. It's from France. Spanish people have a cross. Everybody has a, what's that guy? That all the dreads. Lassie. Haile Selassie, that guy. A human that died. And they put his grave, his tomb is under. You know what it's under? You know what they built over him? Toiletry. A big house where everybody go and use the bathroom. That's where his grave is at. It's under there. Okay? He had his own cross. Everybody got, look, Hitler had a cross. You know what the cross was? The swastika. You see that swastika? That is a sign that German people back in the days used to put up. Right? But it's a German cross. If you research it, you will see that it's also a cross. Not all crosses come in a T shape. So Israel, leave that stuff alone. You're not supposed to be having nothing on Egyptian. God said, leave the ordinance of the Egyptians alone when they got out of Egypt. He said, don't hate them. No, do not. No, he don't want you to hate them. But you can't follow them. I don't have to hate. I don't have to love you to follow you. I don't have to follow you. Don't go like that. He said, don't hate them. He said, but you can't follow their ordinances, and everything you learned in there, you have to drop. He said, thou shalt not glean thy vineyard. To glean means to clean out. You get every grape out. You beat every branch. He said, now shalt thou gather every grape of thy vineyard. Thou shalt leave them for the poor and stranger. I am the Lord your God. Verse 11.
You should not steal.
Take something that does not belong to you. Plain and simple. Whatever it is, if it doesn't belong to you, leave it alone. Why don't you just ask for it? Why don't you just pay for it? You know? You don't like it when somebody steals from you. So what you doing going around stealing from people? Nobody likes that. Nobody likes to get lied on. So why you lied on him? Ain't that something? We like to do stuff that we don't like being done to us. But when it happened to us, oh boy, the world is going to blow up. Everything. Say, look at this guy here. He do it to everybody. This guy offend everybody. And you can't take one offensive word. And you carry a bag of offensive words. You that thin skin? Is your pride that high? Oh, wait a minute. You can correct everybody. But you can't, you won't take no correction. You gotta look at these things, man. You have to look at yourself for these things, man. Jump sheet.
You should not steal.
Don't steal. Don't stop. Is an urge that you get to want to take or have something that does not belong to you. It is a natural evil feeling. Remember, good and evil. Okay? This is why God gives these laws. Because naturally, at any given time, you would take something that don't belong to you. You see? So that's why these laws are given, not to man. God didn't give man these laws, did he? He didn't give man these laws. He didn't give the whole world these laws. So what am I doing trying to get the whole world these laws? It's not my responsibility. I'm not Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, none of them guys. My job is not to preach the word of God to the whole world. All right?
Right.
My job is my household
Yeah.
and whoever's in it.
Right.
Other than that, I keep it on me. You come ask a question you want to know, I give it to you. But most people don't come with questions wanting to learn and accept what they hear.
Right.
So that's not my job.
Yeah.
Okay? We were not meant to teach the whole world. If it was so, God would put it in them to hearken to his word. All Israelites ain't accepted. So how the whole world gonna be accepted?
Okay.
Time sheet.
Okay.
Not a deal
Not
false.
to deal falsely. Come on, man. Stop playing games. Tell me the whole story, what happened, man.
Right.
Got me going on what you saying. Thinking this guy's this way. But then when I see the guy, he tells me, hey, hold on, man. It went down like this. That part that you heard happened because this. I said, wait a minute, man. You think you slick, man. You think you're slick. I can't trust everything come out your mouth now.
That's right. That's right.
I can't. I gotta second guess it and always, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm getting ready to go back for you, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm about to kill and die for you.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta tell me everything that went down.
Yes.
Even with a wife to her husband, you gotta tell them everything that happened.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Let me know everything. Don't keep nothing out.
Mm-hmm.
Children, let me know everything that happened in school today.
That's
Don't
right.
keep nothing out.
That's right.
A lot of times you be scared because you think you're getting a beating. Don't worry about that. Tell the truth. Tell everything that happened. God love it when you tell the truth.
That's
Sometimes you tell the truth, you get a beating.
Okay.
Because the truth was something wrong.
Yes.
But it's still good. Tell the truth. Admit that you were wrong.
Okay.
Yeah. So if I'm scared and I don't want to get a beating, I'm not going to do what Abba said. Abba said, don't touch it. I'm not going to touch it.
That's right.
Because I don't want to get no beating.
That's right.
Ema said, don't do this. Abba said, don't do that. So I'm not going to do it. And you don't do it either.
That's right.
You heard what Abba said. You heard what Ema said. Now you ain't got to worry about, oh, wow, I'm going to get a beating. I'm in trouble. You ain't got to worry about that.
That's right.
But you see, that fear is good. Because we don't have that fear with God.
Mm-hmm.
This is still a little fear with the children. They know, oh, man, I messed up and I'm about to get it.
That's right.
We don't think like that. We say we good. We say we good. Nobody say, yo, I'm evil and I got to stop this and I got to do this. And nobody say that. Nobody say it to you. Ain't got to say it to me. No. Let's get this clear. You ain't got to come up here and say it to everybody. No, because it don't matter.
No.
You have to say that in your heart to yourself,
Right.
right? And to God.
That's right.
All right? Just remember, your inner thoughts, when you're talking in communion, you're talking to God.
Like Michael said, the man in the mirror.
Man, remember. Now we're getting somewhere. Now you're capable of accomplishing these things, these hard commandments that are strict. Okay? Now it's going to come easy. It's not going to be a problem. It's not going to be a burden. But he said, say not that the commandments of God are a burden. Don't say that this stuff is, oh, it's too much work. It's a burden. It's because you're bucking it.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't accepted it yet. He said, oh, I thought that was it. It's more. That's your evil side talking. That's exactly what I said. I said, that's the wicked in you talking right there. I said, because it's always going to be more.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you're alive, you have to combat the evil in you every day. But most people not doing that because there's only one way with this. One way. One way. So, and I'm going to say it again. If you listen, no, I'm jumping the gun. Hold on. Jumping the gun. I don't want to jump my own gun. Time sheet. Neither lie one to another.
Mm-hmm. And ye shall not swear by my name falsely.
Falsely.
Neither shall thou profane the name of God. I am the Lord.
Now, I've read in other books where it's saying you shall not swear, make common name of God's name by swearing intemperately. I'm talking about anything. Yeah, I swear to the Most High. Look, man, it was only the only time that I read that they did that was when it was before the judges. And it was a matter of this guy has to swear that he did not put his hands to his neighbor's goods because it got stolen in his house.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't swear. Okay? Just like that. Situation. Said, look, man, come on. If I go down there, don't turn on me or turn on my kids. If I die, don't turn on my wife. Now that man's going to swear. Okay? That's when they said, nah, man, you take one word to God. I'm not going to ever do that to you. Bah, 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 bah. Sometimes somebody come to you and say, look, man, he told David, said, swear to me. You're not going to kill me. Shimmy out. He said, man, as the Lord liveth. Soon as they say, as the Lord liveth, whatever come after that, they swore. They ain't going back on it. David said, man, I can't kill him. I can't touch him, man. I already gave my word to God. Look, he could come smack me right now. I can't kill him. He said, but you can. So he mess up. Take care of him. Because he gonna mess up. And Solomon devised a way to use his strength when to go, because he gotta go. Why? Because he said, yo, he remembered the grievous words he gave him all those years ago. He said, I forget, man, nobody ever talked to me the way this guy talked to me, man. I'm walking, and leaving it because it's a bad situation where the father is running from the son, but the only reason why is because the father don't want to kill the son. And he know why the son acting like this. This ain't no regular son. This ain't no regular father. This ain't no regular son. This ain't no regular father and son issue. Okay? It's King David and his son, the prince, connected to God. Anything that man do fall on his house. And he did certain things, and it went on his house. The sword shall not depart out of your house. You know what that means? That not him, not David, but the members of his household. Somebody gonna kill somebody. And it wasn't just one instant. And another part we forgot. He said, your neighbor is gonna do what? Sleep with what? 10 of your concubines? Where at? The roof. So everybody can see it. He said, because you did this thing in front of me, right? Nobody else knew. You did this, I knew. You did it secretly. But look, when you did that to Uriah, you did it secretly. He said, but guess what? Over here, it's gonna be known. I'm gonna blow it out. So we gotta remember, and that's why a lot of times David, he never backed down from no heathen. Once a heathen dude violated, he put them to death. You touched King Saul, you died. Dude that came to my he dead. But when it came to the Israelites, he gave a lot of mercy up. This guy, Nabal, he was about to kill him. Why did God stop him and then kill him himself? They say he was an evil man, right? He said this Nabal was an evil man and churlish. Right or wrong? That's what it said. He was already evil. But why did God stop David from killing him? If he deserved it. If he deserved to die, why did he stop him? Why? I would say Most High didn't want David to hit up none of the seed of Israel. He took care of that. The state that he's in, he said, no, you can't do that. He said, I'm gonna take care of that. And I don't see, David was good. He spared a lot of people, man, who deserved to die. Where I'm at now. Verse 13, thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor. When you defraud him, it means you robbed him. You tricked him. You defrauded him out of some money. You scammed him. And when you did that, you robbed him. He said, the wages of him that is highest shall not abide with thee all night until the morning. This is another way how they got robbed. I would hold this man's pay all night. And he got to wait till the morning to come get it. So at the end of the day, this man can't get no food. He can't go home. He can't eat. He still got to go home tired and hungry. God said, no good. You got to give him his high at the end of the day. So it cannot stay with you all night. You have that man's pay. You have to give it up at the end of the day. And if you don't do that, you are defrauding your neighbor and you're robbing him. It said, thou shalt not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but shalt fear thy God. I am the Lord. You don't curse the deaf. It's a treatment deaf and blind people are supposed to get, right? Don't mock them. Don't say something. I've seen people do it. The deaf guy is deaf and saying offensive things because you know he can't hear. They say, you're an idiot. Say, what? And people are laughing. You don't do that. You know one thing, boy? If you lose your sight, or you lose your sight, or you lose your hearing, you're not gonna be the same person. You're not gonna be the same person, man. So you gotta watch how you deal with these people here. You don't put a stumbling block before the blind. You do that. You could do that. You trip him up. Put stuff in his way. Or know he can't see and know that he walks through this way. Oh, wow, this stuff is in the way. Clear this up, man, because you know the blind walks through here. All right?
But thou shalt fear thy God, I am the Lord. You shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor, nor honor the person of the mighty.
That's how you do unrighteousness in judgment, by respecting the person of the poor. All right, he poor, let him get off, man. He ain't got nothing anyway, man. Leave him alone, let him go. He said, nor honoring. Okay? You don't respect or honor the person of the poor or the mighty. You know, but today, people don't respect the poor. People don't feel, you see, back then, they felt pity for the poor and let them get away with a lot of stuff. All right? Not today. People don't respect poor people. Do they?
No.
You got celebrities going at it with each other. Who's richer? Oh man, that guy only got 200 in the video. He ain't got nothing. Nobody gonna listen to him. All the old school rappers, they're all poor. They ain't rich. They ain't got nothing. Don't listen to those guys. The young, notice one thing. The new always try to upstart, like come at the old. Yeah. See, we got Old Testament. Now they want to have New Testament. Yeah. I see it with people today. The children don't respect old elderly people, period. You don't even have to be elderly people. You could be 40 years old. They say, oh man, old head. Oh man, old. Well, it's no respect for the old no more. None. Not even in hip hop. It's not there no more. And you got to show them. Nowadays, you got to demonstrate. You got to demonstrate. especially you old. You gotta always show the young. Every now and then, the young gotta see demonstration so they don't forget. You young, you fast, you strong, but I got time and experience here. Okay? You got dudes that can get rid of God. The old dude, he put one move on him, right or wrong.
True.
He put one move on him. He said, man, this guy fast. I said, oh, he's faster than Abner. He's younger and faster, quicker, more agile. He's nice. But this guy got one hitter quitters to take care of that. What he did, he said, I'm not even gonna fight this guy. Boop, and pushed up the hilt in his heel. The hilt is sticking up. This guy's so fast he can't stop in time. Boom, it went through him. Get up, push him off. Walk off. He told him. This is one thing. When you tell a person, yo, man, chill.
That's a warning.
That's most of the time what the old man does. Or the old head does. Because I don't want to destroy you. Look, you've done it, you don't even know it. You busy talking. I've seen that many times. Get underestimated because, oh, he old. But he got a death move on him. Death move. See, you want to fight, he gonna put death on you. It's a different story. But I noticed that. He said, don't forsake the old because of the new. Okay? That new wine you got ain't as good as that aged wine you got sitting over there. That experienced wine you got sitting over there. That can tell you a thing or two. All right? Where I'm at.
Verse 15, in the middle.
So the unrighteousness and judgment. I can't go, this is for the judges. Don't respect the person of the poor, nor honor the person of the mighty. But in righteousness shall thou judge thy neighbor. Because the mighty, he's strong. He's strong in what? He's strong in what? Money. Okay? He's strong in what? Power. If you have those two things, you got men. You got soldiers. Okay? That's why he said, yo, Isaac, you got to get out of my city. You are too great. You got just as much money and men as me. Abraham was made great. Why? He got 318 servants. All men. All men. Wasn't counting the handmaidens. Wasn't counting the maidservants. So it says now, verse 16. Thou shalt not, another thing too. Anytime me and this brother here, we having a disagreement, and the law is concerned in this. There's certain things to be determined, right? We come to you, brother, to judge the matter. You're not a judge. Nobody's a judge. We all gonna do it. We pick who's over. You know what? Now we're gonna come to Kazakh because it's fair. We're not gonna go to a guy that don't like me or don't like you. He said, man, I don't want to hear nothing from him. He always got something to say bad about me. Don't that sound familiar?
Yeah.
Ahab. That's what he said about Micaiah. He said, every time this guy come, he got bad stuff to say for me, man. He said, yo, don't, chill. Let's hear what he got to say. So I come to you. We come to you with our problem concerning the law. You quote. You don't even have to go in the book. You quote the law, what it say. So that means I'm condemned and he's correct in this matter. I may have to pay back or leave the situation alone or whatever, right? But you don't like me. No, yeah, you don't like him. I'm wrong. But me and you cool. You ain't got a problem with me. But you and him had something the other day. Or he did something, said something, there's some disliking going on here, right? Towards him from you. Or you know that he don't like you, he don't talk about you greasy. You can't, as the judge of this matter in the law, you can't be biased. You can't. You have to be like, you know what? Even though I don't like this dude, and I want to punch him in his face right now. But guess what? Yo, man, he's correct. By law, he's right. That's a stand-up guy.
That's right.
That's an honest person.
You're right.
I'm not gonna side with this guy, right? And he's wrong.
Mhm.
He's wrong. But I'm siding with the wrong guy because the guy that's right, I ain't
That's
feeling
right.
him.
That's right.
We do that
A
Mhm.
lot.
to each other.
Yeah.
Okay? A lot of times we come to each other with matters. Okay? And I said, well, hold on, wait a minute. I listen. I said, that's all I said, well, look, man, you was wrong with it. Oh, come on, man. I said, all right, then you know what happens after that? I get blacklisted. Now my name is, oh man, he said it. And wow, because I didn't vote, I didn't judge in your favor,
That's true.
and you was wrong,
Mhm.
and you don't even want to see how you was
Why
wrong.
you were wrong.
So guess what? You can't beat me up. You can't curse and bless me. I didn't come from you. I didn't come from between your legs. Rock out.
Yes, sir.
That shows me how you get down.
That's right.
You can't let a lot of people's things get personally to you. You gotta sometimes say, oh wow, okay, let them go. Let them go. And we do that a lot to each other, man. So be prepared.
Yes.
Be prepared to be told that you are right or wrong about something. Be prepared to acknowledge that you were wrong. If you bring a matter to somebody about the law and they go by the law, they say, well, look, according to the law, you was wrong. You gotta accept that. Because at that moment in time, whoever it is that's telling you that you was wrong by God's law, that's God telling you that.
That's right.
But you're looking at the person all the time. You're looking at the person all the time. Look, God didn't come and talk to everybody.
Mhm.
He didn't come talk to everybody like he did Moses.
That's right.
He sent prophets.
Mhm.
Certain guys, he said, man, I ain't got to send no prophets. You never had that dream. I'm gonna go to him in his dream and tell him what to do. He didn't come and talk to everybody. Most of the time, I'm getting it from you and you getting it from me.
Mhm.
That's why we gotta be correct. You understand what I'm saying? We judge each other. God said, y'all make the judges, so you have to judge each other, man. All these little spit and spats, y'all take care of that. That's why he said, Moses, you take care of the big things, man. The little things, you got judges for that. Now, oh, wait a minute, this thing is out of my hand. Nah, but don't tell Ema now. We got to tell Ema this one.
Okay.
Certain situations, we got to let Abba know about this. This is a big thing. It could affect everybody. Yeah, they got to know.
Mhm.
But some over here, and I can put a stop to it and end it,
Yeah.
I'm going to do it.
That's right.
I'm like, oh, no, we got to tell them that. Sometimes I say, shh, because it's something I can handle. But then now, if I see it ain't ended,
That's
and
right.
it's extended,
Mhm.
I'm going to have to go to the big dog.
That's right.
Because this matter has not already, the matter is this one was right, this one was wrong, and boom, boom, boom. Sometimes both parties are correct.
Mhm.
I don't see two dudes arguing about the same thing, different words. And I said, brother, you're right and you're right. You're both are right. Y'all got something personal with each other. Have you seen that before?
Yeah.
Women too.
Yeah.
I said, man, y'all on the same page, but for some reason, y'all keep throwing aggression at each other, man.
Mhm.
God don't want us being this way, man. He don't like us like this, man. It's a lot of things, man, he does not like. And we don't take no consideration on none of these things. Tamshi,
Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people.
man, first of all, tell them. Slander, that's the slanderer. That's the rock hill.
Mhm.
That's the rock hill. Not only are you bearing your, but see, this is that, and if you read it there, it'll just be a person that carried the tail. But different, the tail is a lie. A slander is a lie, something that's not true or made to. I kept out certain details so you could think this way. That's a slander, and I can't go spreading that. So everything you hear is not true.
Mm-hmm.
So watch what you spread. You know how everybody spread now. As soon as something happens,
Yeah.
wow, man. Everything you do don't get, everybody don't do it. What is going on? Everybody don't do that with you and with you and with you and with you and you. What's up? That got to get cut out, man. You know, turn into robots. We don't even come and speak to each other no more. You spread on emotions on that phone too much, man. Tell she.
Neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor. I am the Lord.
Neither shall thou stand against the blood of your neighbor. You stand there knowing, no, you don't stand there to help defend him. You don't warn him of impending danger. Okay? You're not on his side when heathen rise up against him. Or you know they coming and you don't warn them and put the word out. Tell me.
Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer sin upon him.
So this tells me, right? All these things that we was just reading about show hatred. Because if I don't rebuke my brother, I hate him. Yeah. If I don't say nothing, I hate him. Never mind me going on the phone and talking about somebody else or coming to you and talking about somebody else. Yeah, what he did was wrong. But you supposed, if it bothers you that much, you gotta tell him. Tell him or her, right? And not suffer sin upon him. You know what that means? Because if you don't go to that person and tell them what they're wrong at, you did it too. So all the times that you're talking all this stuff, cause I did this, he did that, but you ain't tell cause you did it too. Or in God's eyes, you did it too. You did exactly the same thing you talking about. Read this book and understand how the way it goes. Okay? Read it and understand how it goes. You gotta go to this. You gotta go to him and rebuke him. And now I gotta say it, it's not in here because back then you could rebuke your brother. Today you can't rebuke your brother. It's hard to rebuke your brother. Rebuke don't mean you stick him to the wall and you yell at him, call him out of his name. You don't do that to your brother. You don't do it in front of heathens. You don't do it in front of outsiders. Okay? It's your brother. You come into him as your brother and say, yo, man, what you was doing was wrong. Bah, 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 bah. Nobody has to get upset about it. The rebuker and the rebukee it's nothing to get upset about.
That's right.
And that's the unity that God wanted. You know what? You're right, man. You're right, man. Good looking for telling me this, man. Now I know you love me. God tell us what love is. And he show us that certain actions depict hate, certain actions depict love. But we don't believe these things. I got my own way of showing love. I got my own way of showing hate, and that's not how it goes. Tom Sheep.
Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people.
Don't avenge. Don't take revenge against the children of your people. I can take a revenge against heathens, against the world, against outsiders, against aliens. Yes. Yes. Most High told Moses to tell the children of Israel to vex the Midianites because they did this, that, and the third to you. Revenge, ain't it? God tell them when to go and take revenge. They knew when to take. He said, man, go and vex them, man. Because the reason why you in this situation now, you joint to Baal Peor, it's because of them. They vexed you. They got you hit up by God. God put vexation on you. So now you can go and get them, man. God told him that. He said, go get the people that got you messed up with me, that came in the middle of our relationship. What you tell a woman? You say, yo, man, and you don't listen to no man but me. I'm your man. Right or wrong.
That's right.
You go listen to another man, you don't allow somebody getting the wedge. You allow him to get, you allow, oh, but you worry about her. Don't worry about her. She cannot. I don't care how good or how many times I'm with her more than you. You ain't going nowhere. You're solidified. And this is what a lot of women don't understand. This is why they get so jealous and they feel threatened. Their place be feeling threatened. And then you got the new jack that pull up. They like to act spunky. Like Hagar. I can have a baby. You can't. That was the attitude.
Yes.
You know, when Sarah tell her come up and do something, she like, I ain't gotta do that right now. I was with Abraham too. It was a ego thing. And she said, hold up, yo.
Gotta go.
She gotta go. He said, yo, she gotta go. Abraham said, that's yours. That's your servant. That's your servant. You said you wanted to have a child, bear a child through her for me, right? I wasn't thinking about going in there until you told me go in there. Look at Abraham. Abraham wasn't stalking her. He said, yo, man, wait till Sarah go to sleep. Sneak up and don't tell Sarah. They didn't do these things.
Right.
That's why we were not called cheaters. They weren't called cheaters.
No, he cheated on me.
Shalom Aleichem.
Shabbath.
He cheated on me.
Just really got started.
He cheated on me.
No, he cheated. He cheated. He cheated.